I call the December 9th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting to order. May we start with a roll call?
Caleb R.W. Locks.
Here.
Peggy Marker. Kyle Waters.
Present.
Gabriel Jaroslavsky.
Here.
Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
James Murphy.
Present.
Gerald Bucksbaum.
Present.
Let the record reflect that Jeffrey Sheldon is not present.
Thank you. Does city staff have any changes to tonight's agenda?
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jordan Hodges, City Historic Preservation Planner for the record. We do have one request for deferral this evening, and that is going to be item 8.7, 110 Westminster Road. The applicant has requested a deferral to the January 27th meeting. And that's it.
Thank you.
I have a question, Jordan, please. In the package, case number 25-82 was in the continue cases, but in the agenda is in the consent cases. So it's in the consent cases, right?
One moment.
Yeah.
$25.82.
2582, yes.
Yeah, 322 Marlborough Place. That is under the consent agenda.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Do any board members have any changes to the agenda?
No, I have a question. Mr. Hodges, will we be getting the calendar for next year for those dates from soon?
Yes, so we have that. I've got a little bit to share in my presentation, just my comments, but yes, we have that ready and we can get ready to publish that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, may we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move the board to approve tonight's agenda.
Seconded.
With the modifications as described.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Are there any changes to the minutes from the October 28th, 2025 meeting?
No, I move the board to approve the meeting minutes from last month's meeting.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Now, may we have the presentation of the Historic Preservation Planner?
Sure. Again, Jordan Hodges for the record. Good evening, everyone. I'll keep comments short. We do have a heavy agenda this evening, but just a few updates and housekeeping items from staff. First of all, our 2025 Historic Preservation ad valorem tax exemptions. You all have seen 10 completed work applications this year. We were able to get 8 of their resolutions passed yesterday at City Commission. And then you have 2 additional ones on the agenda tonight. And if those are approved, they'll go to the January 5th City Commission meeting. And then the applicants would enter into their covenants with the city, and we would transfer that to the property appraiser's office and to the county commission for them to start their process. But 10 seems to be pretty high, judging from the records that I've found. So it's a great benefit to our residents to take advantage of this program. So we're really pleased to see 10 this year. Secondly, November is always the time when we do our reporting to the state. The City of West Palm Beach is a certified local government, and the Certified Local Government Program is a partnership among local governments, the State Historic Preservation Office, and the National Park Service. And it strengthens local historic preservation efforts and gives communities access to technical funding. One of the biggest benefits of being a certified local government is it gives us as staff opportunity to apply for grants through the State Division of Historical Resources, which are funded through the Secretary of State's office. And we are looking at potentially applying for a few grants coming up in the spring for some potentially looking at design guidelines or resurveys, things to kind of help out the program. But our reporting, so we forward the state all of the agendas, all of the backup, all of the decision-making. They can kind of audit that material, making sure that we're following, following our own program. But one of the interesting pieces of information to come out of that, and I'll give Anthony Mendez credit, he's our CLG coordinator. We discovered that the Historic Preservation Division processed 782 applications last year between permitting, certificate of appropriateness minors, and what all went to the board, which is just an enormous number. So this one's kind of fun. So we were invited to partake in a podcast with Jerry Mastello for WPB-TV. It is on the city's history, its architectural legacy, our historic districts, historic preservation staff, and the board, and how the program operates. It is up on the city's historic preservation page, and you can also find it on YouTube. But it's very fun, question and answer. It's lighthearted. It's a good 20 minutes if you have the time. So one other thing we've been working on is our historic structure plaques. So this is a program that's run in the city for quite a while, but it seems, so the city has not been offering plaques for the last little bit. Our old plaque distributor, Erie Landmarks, went out of business, and it seems between the complications with COVID and then the tariffs on metals, the prices for bronze plaques has just kind of skyrocketed. Our old cost was $190 to residents, and our current quotes for this same thing is coming in between $555 and $800 per plaque. So we're still kind of shopping around. If you have any foundries that you know of, we're all ears.
And Jordan, just a quick question. For those medals, those are coordinated through city staff,
Yes.
right? Through you and Anthony, but the homeowner actually pays for them. Is that the case?
Yeah, so you actually submit a request for one, just like you would an application. It's a function through EPL, the permitting system. And so an applicant would submit an application, we'd check the date, make sure they're in a district or landmarked, and then we would place the order, but they pay through that system, and that's been disabled for some time now.
Understood. Thank you for the update.
Jordan, let's communicate later. I have a resource that I don't know if it'll be more competitive, but I'll pass on to you.
That'd be terrific. Thank you. Last update. So Anthony and I have been working when we have spare time to update our programs, applications, forms, and just kind of the calendar would be a part of that, and we're making some good progress. The latest iterations are from 2023, and these were created around the same time we were switching over to EPL. So in us creating kind of new checklists, I think it'll be a little bit easier to read. It's kind of broken down per discipline. If you're submitting an application, you'll need this, et cetera. And then what we have to do after we get those constructed is basically reconstruct it in EPL, in our electronic permitting software. One thing that I think will be a big benefit is, so when you all access your project backup, sometimes the architectural drawings are all individual sheets, and that's how we've been accepting them because that's how EPL is set up. So a site plan is submitted separately from floor plans. What we're going to start requiring are just collated plan sets. So it's much easier to just flip through instead of going page by page. So that should be a helpful update coming up, and we're going to try to have all of this rolled out, hopefully, by January 1st. But we can, of course, send everybody the 2026 calendar and just kind of keep you up to date on everything. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Now it's time for remarks by the chairperson. The matters before us are quasi-judicial in nature. That means that we make our decision based on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask that you keep this in mind when making your comments. How this works is that the applicant will make a presentation of up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes if there is a demolition. Afterwards, staff will make a presentation. After staff, we will open it up to public comment. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant may have a short rebuttal after the public speaks. To lead into this, we as board members need to disclose whether we have discussed the cases before us with anyone prior to tonight's meeting. Gerald, will you start us off, please?
As to the matter before the Historical Preservation Board this evening, December 9, 2025, I have not had ex parte communications, received written communications, conducted an investigation, made a site visit, nor received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures in all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's December 9, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting, I, James Murphy, have had ex parte communications with the project architect on item 2579, wanting to go over the project if I had any questions. I was unable to do so and did not speak further on the matter. Additionally, I had a courtesy call from an attorney representing an aggravated neighbor for item 2586V, 2586 5 and 7 for 110 Westminster Road, a Mr. Nick Bixler. I understand that item has been continued. As to all other matters on tonight's agenda, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter 25-91, 25-82, 25-83, and 25-84, I have a conflict of interest and have filed the appropriate forms with city staff and will not be voting on the. Also for case number 25-87 and 2587V, I spoke with the owner back in July, but can make my decision based on the evidence presented this evening. As to all other matters on tonight's agenda, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter on all items in tonight's agenda, I, Gabe Jarzlapski, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kyle Waters, have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communication. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Thank you.
As to matter 2586 V and V2, 110 Westminster Road, I did receive a call but did not connect with the property owner on that. As to all other matters on tonight's agenda, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation, made a site visit, or received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter 25-86.5 and 25-86.7, I was contacted and spoke briefly with the neighbor of 110 Westminster Road. I also was sent an email by their lawyer, which I think was also Jordan was copied, then Jordan distributed that email to all of us. But I think I was emailed this directly. So, but I'm able to make my decisions based on the evidence presented in this hearing. As to all other matters on tonight's agenda. I have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made a part of the record.
Thank you. We are making an exception tonight based on staff's recommendation. Ms. Cullen, we received a comment card for general public comment, not relating to a specific case. Ms. Cullen, will you come up for public comment? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll speak into the microphone more. And Mrs. Cullen is a past board chair, so it's nice to see you back at the meeting.
Thank you. Linda Cullen, 828 Biscayne. I wanted to make some general comments. It seems like lately people come and talk about the individual cases, but for two reasons I want to talk to you as board about the way things are progressing. In Flamingo Park, it's hard to believe that this is true, but our articles of incorporation were actually created 40 years ago. And they set up as a standing committee, historic committee. So things are very serious with us. We take it seriously, and I'm historic chair. So when 2 years ago, I guess it's 2 years ago, the unfortunate demise of a building in the 700 block of Cayuga took place by mistake. It sort of spurred a lot of things into action. So I started from that point for our neighborhood and tried to encourage other neighborhoods to do this, to find out what was on the agenda for any meeting, to get copies of the cases, that they could go and give the cases to people in their own neighborhood so that the people could say, all right, I'm reading this, I'm paying attention, because you have to pay attention. If you don't pay attention, you know what happens. And be able to make a decision as to whether they think that case is appropriate or not appropriate, and do or say something about it. So that's what I've been doing with Flamingo Park. So there are two cases on tonight's agenda that are Flamingo Park, but I'm not speaking directly about those two. What I am saying is that having distributed this information on these two cases, there's a lot of chatter in the neighborhood, curbside, street side. And what I'm really hearing is that they say, well, look, a lot of people say that the quantitative measurements have been met. Maybe the square feet have been met. Maybe the FAR has been met. Maybe everything is T crossed and I dotted, but they feel that people aren't taking into consideration the qualitative, and that's very hard to judge. And that's oftentimes up to you to say whether, do you think what staff has a recommendation about what staff thinks? You have a recommendation about what you think in the ultimate vote as to whether something is appropriate or not, okay? That's what I'm hoping to get across to the general discussion. Beyond that, because of the unfortunate tearing down of that house, we have the Preservation Foundation. And when I normally think of that, and other people think of it, they think, well, okay, so you guys are gonna like preserve buildings. Well, that's nice, and we hope we do. But more important tonight, I want to stress the idea of preserving districts, because this is the qualitative measure. When these districts were created in the very early 90s, they were put together with boundaries that delineated housing stock that was very similar. And everybody had an idea of, oh, this is the kind of place that I live in, that I feel very good about. And
Cullen, you are beyond your 3 minutes, so please wrap it up.
Okay, to wrap it up, I'm hoping that the board will take into consideration the historic districts and not have them lose their character over the qualitative measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cullen. And I also think that it's important just to reiterate to the board and to everyone that's with us tonight that our board makes decisions based off of the Secretary of Interior standards, as well as the additional compatibility criteria is set forth in our zoning code. So any of the things that we think or have opinions about relate back to that. So we are always grounding our decisions based on these codes that are provided for. And one of those does speak to the compatibility of other structures, which I think Ms. Cullen is, referring to. So that ties back into what she's mentioning. Okay, thank you again. All right, now we will resume with the swearing in of speakers. Anyone wishing to speak on a case on the agenda tonight, please stand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
We have three cases three consent cases in tonight's agenda. Can I have a motion to approve those, please? First a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the 3 matters on the consent agenda.
Can I have a second now?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. So if you are here for cases 25-91 in 3025 Bison Road, 25-93 205 Greymont Drive, and 25-82 in 322 Marlborough Place, your cases have been approved. Thank you.
Our next case is continued item 25-61 for 229 Plymouth Road. May we please have the applicant presentation?
And please speak into the microphone.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So we are planning on restoring 229.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just state your name.
Oh, my name is Zach
record.
Thornborough.
And is this your address?
229 Plymouth, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
We would like to restore this house to its beauty and do an addition on the second story where there's an existing flat roof. That's the general render right there. Those are elevations. Do you have any? It's pretty straightforward. Add. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, we can actually do the staff presentation and then we'll do questions for both of you at the same
cool.
time. Thank you.
All right. Staff's presentation. Good evening, Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner for the record, speaking as the case manager for HPB 2561. Subject property is located in the Bel Air Historic District. It is SF14C2, that's short for Historic Single Family High Density Residential Context 2. The structure as it is today constructed in 1924 in the Mission Revival architectural style per the designation report for the Bel Air Historic District. This is a contributing structure. Here we have the Florida Master Site File photograph and a more recent, well, actually a little bit more of a historical image from the early 2000s. There are 3 existing nonconformities on this property. The first is the covered carport that encroaches into the west setback. There are 9 inches on the first and second story to the east that encroach into the minimum setback. And the existing lot coverage is currently 18 square feet above the maximum of 1,800 or 30%. This case was originally scheduled to be heard at the last HPB meeting, but the applicant had to work with staff to resolve some outstanding zoning issues. So for the request per the applicant is an approximately 720 square foot addition at the second story. It will include a vaulted ceiling that will be obscured by the proposed vaulted ceiling. We have the existing and proposed site plans. Here we have that vaulted ceiling in the proposed roof plan. Have a side-by-side comparison of the first floor plan and the change in fenestration along the north facade. Have it on the second floor plan. The east elevation drawings. East elevation drawing does include the new balcony. For the west elevation drawing, north elevation drawing, we have the vaulted ceiling again obscured by the new parapet addition. Have the zoning and land development regulations analysis showing the minimum side setback, which is currently, again, an existing nonconformity, but will not be expanded upon per this request. The dimension that was provided on the site plan does not include the carport, and then we also have the 18 square feet. So the applicant has worked with staff internally before coming to the board to improve their design. We worked on the reconfiguration of the addition's parapet. We worked on finding a way to sort of obscure that vaulted ceiling. Ideally, the height of that center block should be lower. However, doing so would allow for the tip of that truss to be exposed. So we resolved that in the best possible manner. We worked on the step back of the additions from what is existing. We worked on incorporating barrel tile awnings, and we also worked on zoning compliance for the fact that we have an existing nonconformity, but any new work that's proposed has to conform within our zoning and land development regulations. We appreciate the hard work of the applicant. Staff is recommending approval with conditions per the 7 conditions. Some are generic, but to provide specific elaboration on a few of them. The proposed coping shall continue throughout the rest of the addition to differentiate from the existing structure. Here I have it drawn out. For condition number 4, the curve is a little bit sharp for the step parapet. So I've outlined a little bit more of an architecturally appropriate step parapet that has a more elongated S-curve. Per condition 5, with respect to the additional criteria for new construction alterations, the rhythm of solids to voids, we have that the applicant shall work with staff to revise the west elevation drawing and incorporate a third window there, since it is going to be rather street facing along Plymouth Road. And that the doors on the north facade shall be French doors with muntins of external dimension. So that's going to be a revision that's going to be required per our recommendation. Here I've attached the surrounding buildings, which is also seen in the staff report. Most of these are valid reference points. 234 Pilgrim Road, 226 Plymouth Road, 230 Plymouth Road, and 241 Plymouth Road. They're all contributing structures in the same Mission Revival architectural style. We have the applicable codes, which are the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and the additional criteria for new construction and alteration. That concludes staff's presentation for this project. So we'll take questions for either me or the applicant.
Yeah, I have some questions. Thank you, Anthony. Do you feel that the removal of that top pitched roof enclosure, is that original? And staff's okay with its removal?
The staircase portion, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the slide that you're referring to, and you're referring to this staircase portion, is that correct?
Well, that shows the whole second floor is being demolished.
Yeah.
So the whole second floor is being demolished?
Yes, with the introduction of the 3 parapets, the vaulted ceiling, and the parapets to the north elevation.
And this is a contributing building?
Yes.
And the existing second floor is a flat roof structure?
Yes. Just
Yes.
Except for the roof structure.
Except for
I mean,
these-
the stair structure.
Except for that little triangular stairway.
Okay. Generally, I like the idea of this project, but I think there's some, I have some issues with how it's getting there.
Okay. We're keeping the original east side of the house the same. We're just adding on to the west side. So we'll still have that look that it has now for years, since 1924.
But you,
I think the look is going to actually kind of dramatically change, respectfully.
Okay.
Like I said, I like the idea of adding a second floor. I'm not opposed to adding an addition to the second floor. But that removal of the second floor in its entirety is problematic to me.
It's not entirely being removed. That's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Just the roof part is.
I think
The-
I'm not following.
the drawings, like with the applicant's submittal sheet, it shows, this drawing shows that you're removing the second floor. Like, that's what the drawing
So you're just removing the roof of that part?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
In any case, I do have some concerns with the execution of the second floor additions,
Okay.
the demolition of the second floor elements, the hierarchy of the second floor additions. But I, again, like the idea of adding to a second floor in this.
I have a question for the applicant. Did you explore keeping it as a parapet roof for the additions versus adding a gabled roof that's actually just hidden behind
We did that
extended
to
parapet?
increase the height of the ceiling, but the parapet goes around. It's still there.
The gable shows on the 2 ends from what the drawings show.
The 2 little gable ends. Were you thinking, tucking that in more?
Well,
Get tucking
you
that
know,
out.
in elevation, it looks clever, right? It looks like it's hiding it, but as you would
Yeah.
actually experience it on the street, you would see a gable roof that's just meeting a
Oh, on the-
parapet.
okay.
Right? And I think that really changes the massing. You're also looking at the dimensions are kind of different in different places, but there's 3'6" in one area and 5 feet in another in terms of where the top of the parapet is. Like, for increasing that height, which is pretty substantial, like when you're looking at the overall ratio of the structure. But I mean, overall, I'm in support of being able to add a second story, especially considering that right next door to you it's being done.
Yeah.
So, and, you know, I think it's about differentiation and keeping the scale of the structure. Any additional comments or questions?
What's the pitch of the new roof, of the big vaulted roof? Is that noted anywhere?
I don't know off the top
Oh,
of my
yeah,
head.
2.5 and two.
Yeah, 2 and 2.5.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that even will work well with barrel tile.
It does
Usually-
not.
Yeah, I think bare minimum is 3.
Okay.
Oh, I did have a question. The front railing, is that added to meet code, or what is,
Just kind of a detail, like a nice Spanish detail.
but it's not needed?
I don't believe it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on this case? All right, seeing none, there's no need for an applicant rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you. And we'll move into executive session.
I'm in agreement with the roof. I think we need to keep it as a parapet roof. I'm not actually sure you're getting much ceiling height that you think you're going to have, because you're going to have a massive span. And I think if you broke the roof massing up, you would reduce your spans, have bearing points where you could have different truss systems, even simpler spans, and get a maximum roof height inside with just regular flat roofs. I'm not sure the giant truss is going to get, first of all, we don't think it works aesthetically with the house, but I also don't think it gains you much having a massive span across the entire second floor. So breaking up both the parapets and the spans will probably help everything. That's my gut reaction to that. But yeah, in general, I think it would free up the options for reintroducing the hierarchy, a little bit better hierarchy with the addition that we want to see. But and the other thing is I don't think the railing adds anything on the front. I actually think that's a really defining feature of the front of the house. I would keep that sort of swoop that's on the side, because it doesn't even look like you're connecting the two roofs or the balconies. I think that's important to keep. If the handrail's not doing anything for you, I would either omit it or do something a little bit more compatible with sort of this mission style, because just not like an aluminum stick handrail that can go on any house. And then since you're doing the extensive amount of work that is being done, I think it would be important to reintroduce the stucco finish that was shown in one of the earlier photographs that had really nice movement to it. I really think whenever it was last renovated, and I think I've been around since it was renovated, I think that stucco finish is really poor. It looks like a Flintstones house, and that's my stucco. My comments on previous hearings about stucco finish stand. I think we need a little bit better definition, speaking to craft and qualitative things that are important. I think nice stucco finishes are important to reintroduce and keep. But in general, I'm also in support of the general scope. I just think it needs to be tweaked.
Yes, I agree with you. The sloped roof is kind of not necessary for me, and it's not compatible. The introduction of the railing, the little swoop wall, these are all elements that I think should be, the swoop wall should be retained, the railing removed, the parapet roof, flat roof system be installed. That existing second floor massing should be the predominant massing of the future additions on the second floor. And I think that's all my notes on this.
I'm in agreement as well. I would also just like to see a little bit more differentiation, like on the west elevation, there's just a wall that goes up from the plane of the existing first floor to the proposed second floor, and I think we need to see a little bit more differentiation there to differentiate the old from the new. Are there any further comments, or are we ready for a motion?
I just want to say one thing.
Yeah.
It's really kind of a question, going back to the covered porch. Perhaps as you're going to be going back and looking at it differently, could that be an opportunity for a balcony overlooking the pool? Just observation. But two, here's what I can't unsee. It feels like we're looking at a Western movie in the cowboys, and they have the fake facades of the towns. And unfortunately now I can no longer unsee this. So I love having it a different option for the parapets for that reason.
Thank you. May we have a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion. I'd just like to add, I'm not sure that the removal of the window to a door on the second floor and activation of that second floor terrace is appropriate. Maybe you want to put active terraces on the rear, not on the front. And with that, is a 1-month continuous good for your team?
Yeah. Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to speak on that. Sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier. If we're, just due to the holidays and the way that our schedule is looking right now, if an applicant gets continued to the January 27th meeting, we need a completed resubmittal by December 23rd. So that's 2 weeks from today.
And the deadline after that, if they elect to have a 2-month, what would that be?
It would be, one moment, let me figure it out.
For the end of January.
To February would be Tuesday, January 6th.
And Jordan, what date is that date in February? Hearing date?
The HPB meeting?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's going to be February 24th.
Okay.
Tuesday, February 24th.
I'm sorry. I think your team can handle the 1-month deferral and produce drawings in 2 weeks.
But if you need it, you can always converse with staff for more time for another. Okay.
So, and you're clear with the direction? Great. With that, I'm going to move item 2561 to a date certain of January 27th, 2026.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, the next case this evening is under new business 25-79, 3180 Washington Road. We are ready for the applicant presentation.
Absolutely.
Good evening. For the record, Michael Perry, MP Design and Architecture, representing 3180 Washington Road, LLC. Sorry for the look. Had a long day today. How am I using this? Is there a mouse or just use my finger? Okay, sorry. So this project, this is a property at 3180 that was, hold on, I guess I'm going to figure out how to use this. There we go. There's an existing structure on the property right now that will be demolished. We had, in May of 2022, we had a project approved on the property, which is here. I'm just showing you existing site plans. So existing site plan here of 3180 shows the existing structure, pool, cabana on the property. In May of 2022, we had a larger project approved here, which was a renovation and addition to that existing structure. This owner currently owns 3140 as well, which is you're all familiar with, a large project going on to the north of this property where we took the historic house, moved it and did large additions to the rear towards the water, which is going on and looking great. So what they've decided to do is actually do a smaller project, tear the house down at 3180 and do a smaller residence there. Would be actually served most likely as a home for one of their children. They don't want to need a title of the property, but they would use it for that purpose, more as a guest house, but again, keeping it as a separate property. So the new project that we're proposing here is the site plan you see coming in, keeping sort of the structure to the south of the property. We have a 3-car garage. It's very similar in style and layout to the original approval that we contained, but a lot smaller. in the sense, and stylistically similar to what was approved before and what is on the rear of the 3140 property right now. So here you have the site plan of that proposed. We've answered some staff comments about the house. The house will have to be set at 10 feet, 3 inches based on FEMA. So we've worked the driveway out to get to the garage and then working up to the entry. I'll go to the floor plans. Actually here, just looking at the properties, you see our project at 3140, our new residence at 3180, and the project to the south at 3200. And then below you see all the way across going further to 3130 as well. Here's some photos of surrounding properties. The 3180 is up in the upper right-hand corner of the existing house that'll be demolished. And then properties up and down Washington, as well as 3200 just to the south right here. So that was the existing first floor plan, that of the existing house. The existing second floor plan. This again was the May 2022 approved project, which was a addition and renovation, first and second floor plan. And then our new floor plan, again, smaller in size, very similar in style, in a more modern Mediterranean look to it. So we have a 3-car garage, the entry that brings us into a kitchen and living area with 2 bedrooms on the lower level and a small bedroom next to the garage. Second floor will contain sort of a staff area above the garage, and then you have a master suite and exercise room, gym on the second floor to take advantage of the views. There's the roof plan, the proposed roof plan. Then these are the elevations of the existing house, and then that'll be demolished. And this is the previously approved from May 2022. And then our new elevations. So again, similar in style, will be a stucco finish with a handmade barrel tile roof, solid cypress outlookers, a metal louver colored in a similar to the cypress look around the house, similar to what we have in 3140 as well. Wood garage doors. We have a planter that is clad in coquina going around the string course between the first and second floor. We have aluminum bronze colored viewscapes by Brumball doors and windows. Same what we have at 3140. Here's your north elevation and your west elevation. Here's your south and the east elevation. And I can get to some sections and then renderings. So there's the rendering looking to the southeast, looking directly to the south, looking from the east back to the west, and to the southwest. That concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you. We'll move into the staff report next. Thanks, Michael.
Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner for the record, speaking as the case manager for HPB 2579. The applicant has done a great job presenting their project. Our presentation will primarily focus on staff's analysis and elaborating the recommendation. So subject property is SF14C5, short for Historic Single Family High Density Residential Complex 5. It's in the Prospect Southland Park Historic District, is a non-contributing property, constructed circa 2000, and per the nomination for the National Register from 2011, this was a neo-Mediterranean revival building. There are 2 periods of significance for this historic district, 1920 to 1935 and 1938 to 1958. Because this property was constructed outside of those periods and it's less than 50 years old, this property is non-contributing. Having said that, non-contributing properties are within the purview of the Historic Preservation Board. And while you can demolish a non-contributing structure, you have to have plans for new construction. It's a simultaneous request with 2 separate motions. And because new construction is dated outside of that period of significance for a historic district, as there is an established context for a historic district, new construction is automatically non-contributing. However, new construction should definitely be examined thoroughly using 3 design principles. Non-contributing structures should be compatible, meaning appropriate for the broader historic context of the district. It should be subordinate. It should allow the surrounding contributing properties to prevail within the district. It should be differentiated to not create a false sense of history. The historic qualities of what make this district historic should remain intact in light of the request for new construction. So the Secretary of Interior standards are still applicable when it comes to new construction, and we analyze that a little bit differently in regards to, when comparing new construction versus additions and alterations. But new construction is essentially an addition to a historic district, a macro addition. And when evaluating this project within the standards, we think of the broader context of the Prospect Southland Park Historic District, and we essentially can replace the words property in here within the 10 standards with the word district because we're thinking about the broader historic district. And there's still language in here conveying those 3 design principles of compatibility, being subordinate and being differentiated, such as the historic character will be retained. Changes that create a false sense of historical development will not be undertaken. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and yet be compatible. And in addition to that, the National Park Service has outlined specific guidance on this topic, so we referenced that in our analysis. And also, the additional criteria for new construction alterations has specific design features to consider when it regards to new construction. We have the surrounding buildings of 3180 Washington Road. Unfortunately, staff does have concerns regarding this project, and they are too substantial and too complex for us to move forward and resolve through conditions. However, we don't want to go the route of denial, as that's not a propitious route for the applicant. We are recommending a deferral to allow this opportunity for staff to present their concerns, for the board to provide additional feedback, and come to a resolution for the 1-month deferral. The staff report listed 5 items of concern. Please disregard the first one on zoning. Yes, please disregard the issue of wall height at side setback. Thank you to the applicant for noting this. In their elevation drawings, they do need to provide an additional 1 foot 6 inches of setback, so we have that highlighted. So they do comply with that. They do have to provide a landscape drawing in the future, but other than that, the zoning aspect is resolved. Moving forward to the next item of concern is the entry sequence. We've noticed that along Washington Road, that entry feature is of prominence, and for the entry feature in this proposal, it's perpendicular on the north elevation from Washington Road. Fenestration is also an issue to have the very tall windows and just the very high ratio of wall to ceiling windows was not necessarily compatible with 2 of the surrounding properties for 100 Roosevelt Place and 3131 Washington Road. Design style was another one of our concerns. We found that the barrel tile roof and the more contemporary look of the rest of the house was not compatible. We found one surrounding building that was a great reference point, 3135 Washington Road, that's in the streamlined modern international style. Staff finds that utilizing the corner windows and the eyebrows is a little bit more appropriate, and implementing those design characteristics into this proposal would help with compatibility. The final one is finished floor. We see that the survey marks are around 5 feet, but yet in the elevation drawing it shows at 10 feet 3 inches. So the applicant needs to depict how you're accounting for that 4 to 5 difference on the opposite side of the covered pavers. The applicable codes, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and that has been rethought of and reanalyzed with regards to new construction and the additional criteria for new construction alterations. So those are our design concerns, and that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I guess this would be either for staff or the applicant, but I think it's pertinent. The house you're working on just to the north, who was the original architect of the original house? Do you know, is that known? Okay.
I don't remember.
It's not known. No, it's not known. It was a Pittsburgh client builder, but we did not know. The original architect was not known. So we picked up that existing house, rotated, moved it, and then did the additions in the rear.
Thank you for bringing up the elevation concern. I noted that myself. Anthony, is there, the City of West Palm Beach does not regulate the amount of fill you can bring onto a site in any given location?
So from my understanding, that happens at the time of designation of a historic district. So you need to have 50% plus one of contributing structures within a historic district to make a district, historic. But in terms of post-designation, I'm not quite sure.
I'm sorry.
Of that regulation.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure my question was clear.
Okay.
For new construction?
Yeah.
The finished floor elevation has to be at the base flood elevation +2.
Yes.
So in order to do that, you have to elevate the site in certain parts.
Yes.
And you have to obviously allow for access from a lower lying street with the driveway and pedestrian access.
Mm-hmm.
Does the city allow a developer to fill the entire site at that base flood elevation +2 from property line to property line?
From my, and again, I don't have as much experience, but I'm under the impression that they do.
Okay.
And I think our director is right behind you, willing to assist.
Yeah.
And I don't think I have the exact answer. I know exactly what you're asking. I think we do. They have to control all the water on their site.
Yeah, of course.
So I think they do. And it's a maximum that they can fill. But I think if they decide to fill the entire site, they could.
Okay. I think those issues do need to be at least shown on a site plan, the different terracing, if there is any terracing, Mr. Perry, or if you're sloping up, or if you're just filling in the height of the seawall, because that is a substantial slope up. I think the crown of road is 4.
Do you want me to respond?
Sure.
Okay, well, at next door at 3140, we had to bring that house up to 10 feet. Okay,
You elevated it.
We had to bring
Yes.
yes, we elevated it. So it's the same exact condition that we have here. Okay, so in the site plan that we provided for the
The
presentation.
whole site is filled.
No, the whole site's not filled. That's part of why the beauty of this is that the house is all to the south. So a property wall will go along the south side for that retainage to bring that up. We have, that doesn't have to be, with the house being all on the south side, there will be a site wall on the south property line that will allow us to fill to that area because we have a smaller setback in that location. As we come up from the road, as you can see, if I can go back, Anthony. to my- So again, the property's to the south, the house is to the south. So that 15-foot setback, or the small setback on the south side, there will be a property wall there. That will be elevated. As it goes to the west, it'll lower down to the road because it goes past the garage. The garage is lower than the finished floor, so it's only at 9, because it can be that way because we can have flood vents. So the same condition that we're going to have, we have topos coming up the driveway, getting our motor court to just below the 9 feet where the garage is, okay? And then as we step out, we can lower the property and we can raise it from the west end of the house, east end of the garage, to the west, or to the east as it goes towards the seawall. The seawall then will be raised to match the seawall that has been raised at 3140. So we'll raise that area, and those properties will now become integrated together with their grades. And as it goes back towards the street, it'll get dropped down around the driveway and get down to the thing. So we're not raising the whole property. We'll be raising the property to the east to that point, which they did. To the
I understand.
To the the one to the south of us is raised, as is the one to the north of us, in that sense. But to the west, it gradually gets down back to the road.
And the property to the south is a newer construction, so is already at that required elevation?
Correct.
So your elevation will be in synchronization with those heights?
Yeah, all the
Okay.
properties along that will be in.
All right, thank you.
And then another thing, while I'm up, can I speak? We did a revision of the fenestration of the entry facing the street, so I can pass that around if you'd like me to.
That would be great.
There's 3 copies of it. So the first sheet shows the original site plan. The first sheet shows the original site plan, and then the second sheet shows a new floor plan with the entry bumped out to the north so that the front doors can face west as requested, and there's some renderings that show that as well. And one of the things about this style, I think if we go back and look at what was approved on this property at 3180 for the renovation in May of 2022, which is still in existence, it's very similar to what that was approved previously. So that's the style we went with off of what was added to the back of 3140 as well as what was previously approved in May of 2022.
Michael, while we're waiting on that to make its way down, could you just put up the previously approved front elevation from, I think you said 2022?
There's west and east. I think Anthony has the entire presentation, if you wanted to see that as well.
It's the same. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was given by Cesar. So, okay.
Any additional questions from the board while those copies are making their way down? Okay. Seeing none, we will move into public comment. Is there anyone here for this matter who wishes to speak? Okay. Mr. Perry, would you like any kind of rebuttal? I don't think you need one. Thank you. We'll move into executive session. Would anyone like to start us off in executive session?
Yeah, well, I'm in agreement with the deferral. I think this needs to be more brought in line with, the very least, the original part of the neighboring house. I understand we're kind of referencing something that's being done that's non-contributing to the rear of that house, but it's too A-styler / modern. I don't think this is really compatible with the neighborhood at all. I think the neighboring property is really interesting stylistically, even outside of the international modern that was across the street. I think there's an opportunity there to do something really interesting that isn't compatible with that, in line with, like, you know, kind of the Californian, I guess, like arts and crafts mission style that was going on in the 20s and 30s. And I think that's what that house, the original house to the north, is referencing. It's a lot of glass. And I think it just needs a real stylistic revamping.
Is there any, like, because there were plans that were previously approved that are similar? Because there were plans that were previously approved that are similar, do we have any obligation? It is on.
I think
You guys can hear me, though.
I can hear you. I think that's a question for our board attorney. We know that cases don't set precedents, right? But because this case was previously approved by our board, do we need to take into consideration that this style was previously approved on the site when we're making our deliberations?
No, I think in the case, well, you guys have to take in consideration, I guess, Anthony was talking about the district, so I guess that would be relevant, but no, every application is a new application.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hodges, did you have something to add? You look like you were about to say something.
The ordinance in a few locations, when it speaks of compatibility with contributing structures, right? So I don't know if in this case it would be 100% applicable. I'm sure we could figure that out through a review of the code, but when the code talks about compatibility in terms of, you know, window shape, roof shape, and the additional criteria, it speaks to contributing buildings.
And not what was previously approved.
Right.
Thank you.
Jordan, to clarify, there was a comment on this one saying they were going to use this as like a guest house. Is that accurate?
I have not heard that.
Okay, they're going to keep it separate. There was a reference of a guest house, so I didn't know if they were going to use it as a guest house. Separate. Got it. Thank you.
And Peg, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Kristen.
I kind of tend to agree that a deferral is needed. I'm less concerned about the style and that, partially because of its neighbor, partially because of what was previously approved. But I just don't think this works. I think it looks unfinished. And even in this revised plan, the floor plan is better than the one that we have in our package with the new entry sequence. And the application of the, I don't know if that's metal or the cypress wood cladding, it just seems kind of appropriate on the neighboring property to the south, but on this one, it seems like it doesn't even make sense where it's being applied, like in front of some windows, but then some blank walls. I just think it needs some further work, and I think that it would benefit from proportion of the solid to voids as expressed in the staff memo rather well. I think would benefit the project. On a side note, it does kind of lend itself to an air of just kind of a goofy site plan on a probably amazing site and lot that doesn't seem to really capitalize on the views and is awkwardly sited along one side of the property. It's a suspicious site plan, and use that as you may. And I'm not going to further elaborate on that, but it just seems like a missed opportunity for something fabulous on a waterfront site.
I'm going to interject just briefly here. I know that staff called this deferral. It really is continuance. So that's just for the record.
Any additional conversation in executive session?
I totally agreement with all what was said.
Okay, so it sounds like in general, the board is in agreement with staff's comments about how they would like to see the application revised. I just want to make sure we're giving the architect definite guidance if that is the direction that we're headed. I'm seeing nodding. Okay.
Do we see nodding from the applicant? Oh, Michael, ouch. Okay, so then I move to continue item 2579, 3180 Washington Avenue to the January 27th, 2026 HPB meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We will see you back. Thank you, Mr. Perry. All right. For our next case, which is 25-80, 734 Ardmore Road, I need to amend my ex parte. It had just been a while, and I forgot to mention it. Back when this project originally came before our board years ago, I had done a site visit with the architect. And that was before any of the alterations had occurred. So with that, if we could have our applicant presentation for 734 Ardmore Road.
Good evening. David Lawrence of David Lawrence Architecture, representing Mr. Khaled Hamed on this project. We've had a long journey on this one, and I think we're close to the end. I think that the front of the house is doing what it's supposed to do, and I think we're pretty pleased with how that's turned out. I guess as my client has been working, we've been working on this together, he just felt more and more that he really wanted to come back and ask the board again to consider the apartment, and then also as he assessed his needs for the property, he thought that he wanted to do a little more outdoor entertaining, and that a cabana would be an appropriate thing. So what you're seeing here is the gray is the existing prior approval, and the blue is the new proposed. We are proposing a 268 square foot apartment, which is smaller than it was in the original application. We are also proposing a 300 square foot cabana, which is shown in the southwest corner, or southeast corner. So let's see, without a mouse, I'm lost. Okay, so the second photograph on the upper portion shows you the existing house, which is coming out well. This is just some of the adjacent context. And then this is the prior approval from the street, and this is the proposed approval. We bear in mind that the proposed apartment is 92 feet from the street. So I think that it has a very minimal impact on the street and will address the issues of the two neighbors and their concerns after that. The proposed cabana is, so we're utilizing the accessory variance, which is 9485E So the cabana serves as our accessory structure to gain us additional FAR when we comply with coverage. So I met with the two neighbors to the east and the west, and they had different concerns, and so I'd like to address some of those concerns today. I guess you have their letters of objection, which they shared with us. So when we obtained the letters of objections, we immediately set meetings with them to see if we could come to some agreement as to, if we could work something out. After meeting with both of them, it didn't seem that either were in favor of either addition. But what we're prepared to do is some enhanced landscaping on both boundaries. So at present, there's a 36-inch Calusia hedge on the west boundary and the east boundary. And we're willing to more than double that to help mitigate the appearance. And, my client, just like they don't want to look at my client's building, my client doesn't want to look at their stuff. So we're going to do everything we can. And unfortunately, I was not able to meet with them until Friday, and our landscape architect was not able to prepare an alternate plan to show you what we're proposing. But the idea is as tall as we can reasonably do to help mitigate that. And so that's what we're offering. And also, I think the neighbor to the east had complained of some dead plantings as a result of the high screen walls that cut out the light. And we're willing to work with her to replace those items that have been damaged or lost, so that, that's the best we can do other than just not do what we're proposing. So we did try to work with them as best we could. So that's my presentation. Thank you. Oh, well, I guess I'm sorry, let me just go through this a little further. So this is, okay. This is the perspective of the building from the looking east to west. As I said, we created the narrow profile facing the western neighbor to mitigate the mass. And then that's a view of the accessory structure from partway down the driveway. And then this is the accessory cabana building looking east. I think staff had some comments they wanted us to work on this a little bit, just having to do with banding, and we're willing to, of course, do that, or an entablature. So this is a view out of the cabana at the apartment. And these are the elevations of the apartment. As you can see, we're trying to, we had staff comments and we addressed all staff comments, except for the one on the cabana with the entablature. So these are the proposed plans, first floor and second floor. And these are the roof plans. The cabana structure, we had a flat roof, and staff wanted us to put a pitched roof on it, so we did that. And this is just a colored elevation of the front as it was. And that's the rear as it was. And this is the proposed. And as I said, given the fact that it's 92 feet back, an elevation makes it look like it's all mass, but there's play there. There's quite a bit of play there, and you can see that in the photograph of the existing site. And so this is the proposed cabana, and then that's the existing prior approval, and then this is our proposed. And you can see how narrow the footprint of that apartment is. It's about half of the overall footprint of the garage. And as I said, the narrowness. And the other thing I want to kind of point out is that in the initial plan that, the narrow portions of our building are facing to the west. So we understand there's geography there, it's coming down. So we did initially what we could to mitigate that, and again, in our new proposal, the narrowness of the apartment is half of what the garage is. And that's the back side of that. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you. unless you have any questions of me.
We'll have the staff presentation now. Thank you.
Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner for the record, speaking as the case manager for HPB 2580. Subject property is in SF14C2. There's a contributing structure, constructed in 1925 in the Mission Revival style, is in Flamingo Park, which was locally designated in 1993 and listed in the National Register for Historic Places in the year 2000. There is a history with this project. In 2024, they did go before the Historic Preservation Board with the request for the demolition of a portion of the existing structure, approximately 3,000 square foot addition, construction of a new accessory structure, window and door modifications, and some site work alterations. Here we have the photographs provided by the applicant. In this proposal, again, they are requesting the 268 square foot addition, which is a second story, and construction of 300 square foot pool cabana. We have the section drawing that the applicant provided and highlighted portions of the site plan with respect to the elevation drawings along Ardmore Road. We have the south elevation drawings showing existing and proposed, east elevation drawings, the west, and our zoning and land development regulations analysis. The one note was that if they are applying for a bonus of 3%, they are going to have to demonstrate or show the dimension for building separation. Per that section of code, you have to have a minimum of 15 feet of building separation between the primary and the accessory, so that has to be provided in order for them to get that special exception, and that's one of the conditions per staff. The applicant has worked with staff internally before presenting before the board to change the roof design, to change the cross-shaped plan that they had originally into a more simplified plan. We've also worked on reconfigured window configuration, have the 6-light pattern with that singular vertical muntin. And we appreciate the hard work of the applicant. We are recommending approval with conditions. The first or the second condition, again, going back to providing that dimension for building separation. The first one is on revising the height of that cabana's entablature before applying for a building permit. And so elaborating on that condition, ideally, the height of that entablature should not exceed 2 feet 3 inches, which is 25% of the column height. We have the surrounding buildings analysis. And staff did receive 4 letters of email correspondence. The first 2 you have hard copies of. First one is from Stephanie Smith, which was submitted December 3rd, 2025. This one is from Nancy Vergadamo from 730 Ardmore Road. This was from last Sunday. And then we did receive 2 this morning, one from Stacy Allen at 801 Ardmore Road and 827 Biscayne, which was about 2 hours before this meeting. Applicable codes, our Secretary of Interior stands for rehabilitation, and our additional criteria for new construction and alterations. With that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Do we have a copy of those last 2 emails that were sent? Or?
No, because they came in today. They just came in.
Can you just leave them up so we could read them?
Yes, you can. Yep.
Okay.
Oops.
And that's from Suzette Green.
Okay, do we have questions from the board for staff or the applicant?
I'll start. The question, I guess this is a point of clarification, on the garage, previous approval, was it approved for a second story? It was not. My question then is, if you go to the current photos that we have here, which is the garage south elevation, my question is, why is there already an existing staircase that's already been poured with concrete?
When we were denied the apartment, we decided to make that a deck because we had the use of, that would give us some use of it. I would like to address also, not to interrupt you, Mr.
Hold on,
Waters.
so you went ahead with the decking, was that decking approved on the plan?
I believe that was approved
It was
from
approved.
memory. Is that correct, Mr. Lawrence?
I
When
believe
the
so.
board said
I
no
believe-
to the
It's
second
been a
floor.
while, but
I believe when the board said no to the second floor, we had approved it to have a terrace on top instead.
Yeah, but so to clarify, and you have a good point, if I don't remember correctly, we rejected the second floor. So
Correct.
it was
Correct.
presented in a previous iteration.
That's correct.
Correct.
You rejected the second floor.
the one other thing I want to clarify is where we're getting our bonus special exception is that the garage does not meet the 15 feet, okay? But the new accessory structure, the cabana, does, and that gives us the opportunity to use the additional FAR. That's my understanding of how.
Can we have staff speak to that comment?
So in regards to the 15 feet, that is from any point on the accessory structure, not whatever you're proposing to build. So because that, what they're proposing is set back from the original, footprint of the, I'll bring up the site plan, because it's set back. So this is the distance that needs to be 15 feet.
But they're saying that they're connecting those two structures so that they're.
No, then truthfully, if they are proposing to connect them, then they wouldn't be eligible for the bonus.
Because you're only allowed one accessory structure.
Exactly.
The bonus,
You can't have the cabana.
he's asking, I think he's calling the cabana the accessory structure that's going to get the bonus.
Right, but
Not
in
the
order
garage.
to, I think I understand. I'm going to
Okay.
try to just do a little outline for all of us so that we're on the same page. It appears like Mr. Lawrence is looking to connect the current accessory structure that's on the left of the site plan so that those are primary structures, right? That acts as a primary structure, and then you have an accessory structure that you're proposing.
We weren't planning to connect them, but I guess if that's something we have to do to get
That
it
is
to
something
work.
you have to do.
But I mean, it seems to me that it doesn't, if we have one accessory structure that complies with that rule, then why wouldn't we be entitled to that zoning?
I think you can only have one accessory structure by code. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess we'll have to connect it and adjust things.
So it sounds like we're adding a lot of mass so that your client can, again, ask our board for a second floor, which was previously denied.
That's correct.
Okay. Additional questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll move into public comment. I have 4 comment cards from the public. When I read your name, if you'll please come up and again restate your name and your address for the record. The first one I have is for Miss Stephanie Smith.
Just a reminder, you each have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Smith. I live just west of this house. And before they started construction.
And your address is 746.
46 Ardmore. And I sent the email with the photos so you can see my perspective from my yard. Before they started construction, they filled my side 4 feet. So from my yard, the existing buildings already are over the fence. And then there's a 6-foot chain link fence between the 2 properties. Because of the 4-foot fill, I can see construction guys walking from the waist up from my side of the yard. And then they're talking about adding a second story to the garage that is 5 feet from the property line. So this entire project is so out of scale for this street. And then adding even more square footage, it's, Linda Cullen was talking about the qualitative the quality of this neighborhood, the nature of the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood. This is completely out of character. So obviously, and also the privacy, the original plans for the landscaping as depicted had trees, tall hedges. Now they're talking about 36-inch calusa, and then they're acting like doubling the size of that is going to provide so much. That's like a big give on their part. That's absurd. You know, while they have a right to build their version of where they want to live, you should also respect the privacy and the homes that already existed, that just wanted a simple, modest street, quiet, quaint neighborhood. You know, so these people already exist. So let's also allow them to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card we have is from a Miss Nancy Vergadamo. I'm sorry, I'm sure I didn't pronounce that correctly.
Hello, Nancy Vergadamo, 730 Ardmore Road. My house is located just east of 734 Ardmore Road. The proposed cabana and the second-story garage apartment, which was previously denied, is obtrusive to the surrounding neighbors. You can actually see on Stephanie's side, you can look straight down, and it's only a one-story now, so a second story would definitely be over the top. And as far as the cabana, that picture that was on up here, it looks like it's a 100-square-foot cabana, but this is a 300-square-foot cabana, so that would be 30 feet long by 10 feet wide, which would be 5 feet from my property line. And also, I'm going to bring up what Stephanie said about the calusa, that they want to plant only 36-inch calusa, which will not provide any privacy to me or to Ms. Smith. And I've already had a few run-ins with the owner. I mean, he hired his landscaper and took a machete and destroyed $5,000 worth of my plants, which some of them were replaced, but now they're all dying because the construction fence is up. So, but he also came into my backyard and tore out like 8 of my traveler's palms that were 40 feet tall. So I'm not really sure if, you know, if he's going to actually plant hedges that would provide privacy for Ms. Smith and for me. I just don't trust that's going to happen. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have 2 other comment cards for people who do not wish to speak, so I will read your comments. But if you are here for the public and you have not given our board secretary one of these comment cards, we do need you to do so. So I'll start reading the other 2. The first one is for Mr. Doug DeBrad, and he is at 718 Ardmore. It says, "This house is totally out of scale with our neighborhood. Making it larger is unconscionable." The next one is from Mr. James Fitzmaurice at 718 Ardmore Road, which says, "I oppose the proposed changes. The house is huge, out of scale with the surrounding bungalow. Request for a second story on garage was rejected when it was first proposed. Why approve it now?" Okay. With those being read into the record, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this case that is from the public? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Lawrence, would you like a rebuttal?
Yes, thank you. With respect to the trees that were ripped out that she mentioned, FPL came in and said they had to come down because of the conflict with the power lines. So it was that was the issue. It was not my client wanted to just tear their stuff down. And as I mentioned before in my prior presentation, we're willing to work with them to provide additional screening. We'll take the hedge up to 8 to 10 feet. Given the height that the differential, it should more than cover it. And my client wants to make sure that there's adequate screening. So the idea that it's going to be 36 inclusive, if you want to make that a condition of approval, I'm more than welcome to let you do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but landscape is not within the purview of our board, so we have to make our
Understood.
decisions based on the architecture and the hardscape.
Understood. And the other thing I would mention is that this could have been subdivided into 2 houses, and if it was, the amount of wall space that the neighbor to the west it appreciates right now will be double or triple what it is right now.
I believe you had explored that option.
We did, and we decided that this was the best thing for the neighborhood, was to do this, where we had the ability to pull things back and bring the existing building to prominence, which it does. And so that was a decision we made because that seemed like the best thing to do, given that it was on top of the hill. So we've tried to do what we can to, accommodate. So that would be my...
Thank you. All right, we will move into executive session.
I have a question. So what we're looking at now is that they're going to join the accessory structure to the main house, correct?
They would, it's not what Mr. Lawrence was proposing, but they would have to by code.
And so with that additional square feet, is this still in compliance with lot coverage?
I don't know the answer to that. I know that it would probably be counted at 50%. I haven't looked at the numbers enough. What I see is that you're asking for a second floor again.
Mm-hmm.
And we're creating substantial mass, in order to do that, because it's like zoning gymnastics. And I think, the intent of the code for those bonuses for the accessory structure, based off of what staff has told us in the past, is to distribute the mass on the site to break up the massing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
No, all I was going to say is I don't even know how we consider this if what we're looking at is not really what's being submitted. If in other words, I don't feel like we have all the information. The second story aside, this is not what ultimately he would build, and we don't even know if it's compliant. So how can we even,
Right, and staff didn't know that because they didn't know that it wasn't a 15-foot separation.
Correct.
And for the numbers that we have on the screen, I don't think that is even possible.
Right.
Because we are 24 square feet of the maximum FAR and 127 square feet of...
Right, so it makes it a non sequitur.
I think even if it did comply, what I said before to the architect remains true. They have already come before this board asking for a second floor on this. We're being asked to do it again after our board already said no. And in doing so, we're also creating additional mass on the site for a house. Other words have been used by some of our public comment that is already much larger than the rest of the neighborhood. So regardless of if it was meeting those standards, I would not be in favor of the second floor for the same reasons that they brought to us.
Yep. With that, I remember there was a lot of discussion on this application when it first came around. I was on the board, and I'm not sure I saw the lot split version, but I think, wasn't the original house going to be threatened to be demolished by neglect? And then
Yes.
We did field visits.
Yes.
And they saved the facade. So I think there was a lot of concession from this board in their advocacy to preserve that existing building. And then understanding the the elevation change that is specific to Ardmore. I think I'm not at all inclined to even consider the second floor apartment on that garage, given the slope of the street and that neighboring property to the west being its one story and the amount of elevation that already occurs on the site. To me, that's a non-starter. I referenced sheet A6 for my colleagues to really comprehend the scale problem of these proposed elements. As for the balance of the application, which is the pool cabana, I may be amenable to that if it was reduced by 5 feet in height, or maybe even 6 feet in height. But right now, it just seems enormous to be a covered grill. And with that, with the new construction and compatibility standards, I don't find that either of these additions are fulfill our obligation to uphold the scale, mass, and the relationship to the neighboring buildings.
I agree, and it doesn't look like anyone else is eager to say something, so it looks like we're ready for a motion.
I mean, I can make a motion now. The discussion which I would like to discuss is, you know, if we deny the case, we are denying also the cabana. So everybody is on board that the cabana is not even appropriate.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application number 25-80 for additions and alterations. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with a staff report that competent substantial evidence of record has not been submitted that satisfies the standards set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. The request is denied. Thank you. All right, our next case is case number 25-81 and 25-81V for 333 Greenwood Drive. We'll have the applicant presentation when the applicant is ready.
My name is Jeffrey Harris. I'm the architect on this project. I live at 215 Winona Place here in West Palm Beach. And my client is here, Ann Breeden.
Hi, nice to meet you all.
I'm not going to say too much about the design of the house. It's fairly simple. Staff has really already addressed it pretty clearly in their review comments. And I fully support the staff comments about the change to the way the second story is supported over the portico share. That was the unfortunate result of a doodle that wound up staying in the drawing, but it will be changed. What I would like to try to talk about, though, is the variance application that we're making for this. And I know that's a thorny issue. This, as noted in the comments, this project is, let me see if I can get to these drawings. This project is a legal non-conforming lot in the district. It's 50 feet wide rather than 60 feet wide.
Excuse me. Folks, let's take your conversation outside, please.
It's like a hospice ward in here tonight. Am I free and clear now, ready to go?
You're free to continue. Thank you.
Thanks. So at any rate, it's a 50-foot wide lot, and the required lot width is 60 feet. So that's actually 83% of the required lot width. I'd like you, as the board, to consider the idea that perhaps we can modify that side setback by 83%. If we did use 83% for that 10-foot cumulative setback on that side, it would wind up being slightly less or greater than what we're proposing. In other words, I think, let me see, I'm just making sure I got this right, but what we're proposing is, I think, 8 feet 6 inches from the east side of the property, and the actual 83% of that would be 8 feet 6 inches or something like that. So we're slightly less than what would be the resultant of 83%. The other thing I want to point out is that on this house, well, first of all, I want to say that the way it works with the site plan, the existing drive, we want to reuse it, and we just want to keep the same curb cut and everything, not expand it at all. The one thorn in our side there is the existing fireplace on the house, which projects out roughly 17 inches from the structure. So that would cut into significantly the width of the portico share that we could use there. So we're asking for basically an absolute minimum additional 18 inches into the setback, which makes up for that 17 inches that we're losing from the existing chimney and fireplace structure. The last thing I wanted to point out, and it's pretty arcane, is the fact that the house itself is not parallel to the property lines. It's not orthogonal to the lot. It's slightly skewed, with the narrower part being on the northern edge of the existing house. So we're setting our setback there, and actually when you come to the south, again, you pick up an additional 2 inches because the house is, the addition is set orthogonally, obviously, to the house. My client has tried to contact the adjacent neighbors on the east side of the property. The two buildings immediately to the east are both community housing. They're owned by a company called the Hadley Center, something like that. She's had no luck actually getting any response from the actual owners of the property. So we couldn't get their determination whether they would support this variance or not. The one last thing I wanted to say is that there has been discussion, we had a discussion with the staff initially, of the possibility of coming in from the alley, but my client really doesn't want to do that at all. It's a commercial alley, obviously, not just a residential alley. It serves all the buildings on Dixie immediately to the west. And they've already had an issue there. 2 years ago, they had a hit and run where their fence was damaged. So the idea of opening that portion of the property up is not attractive to them at all. I think that pretty much ends my comments. Ann, do you want to add anything to that?
No, you summed it up perfectly. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. May we have the staff report?
Thank you, Jordan Hodges, for the record, City Historic Preservation Planner. I'll just go over some of the kind of highlight issues here. Again, it's a certificate of appropriateness for additions, alterations, and then the cumulative side yard setback variance. So as Jeff just mentioned, the variance that they're requesting is the cumulative, right? So this lot requires 15 feet total. They already kind of have an established setback on the west side at the 5, which would put, 10 for the 15 cumulative on the east side. and they are requesting that setback of 8 feet 6 inches. That's still outside of the minimum, right? Like the minimum is 5. It could be on either side, so I'll just make that note. But again, the contributing resource, it's a Mission Revival house built in 1926. On the site plan, you can see the applicant wants to create 1- and 2-story additions to the rear and to the east. Again, as you can see on the zoning data table, the property is undersized in width in regards to the current zoning provisions, which requires a 60-foot wide lot. And this lot is 50 feet wide, but 50 feet is the typical for the neighborhood. The platted lots in this neighborhood are 25 feet wide, so when they were developed, I guess most people purchased 2 and built a house on them. The application, again, is compliant with all provisions aside from that cumulative side yard setback. And it's difficult to see here, but the applicant and I did have a lot of discussion about the fireplace that does kind of jut off of that facade. And the variance amount is for just about equal to how much that chimney bay projects from the side elevation. We'll just run through the elevations quickly. So we see this kind of porte cochere with living space on top in Mission Revival and Mediterranean Revival architecture. There's several houses on the C streets in Palm Beach that kind of utilize this configuration. But I will say the new secondary addition does step down a little bit as that secondary massing unit, which is appropriate. These are the changes to the rear. You can see that little bit of a shed roof with the barrel tile. That was extended out to become just a larger 1-story addition. The center bay fills in and comes out, and then you can see the 2-story carport element. Side elevations, again, you can see kind of minor changes made to the west elevation, and then the fireplace and chimney surround, and then the porte cochere right behind it. So when we look at the variance criteria, staff is generally the most conservative when it comes to evaluating variances. You can see here there's a variance diagram which shows just how much in the little pochade section is going to be into the setback. But staff found the application did not comply with criteria A, B, D, and E. And I can get into that. So A is special conditions and circumstances exist that are peculiar to the land, structure, or building, which are not applicable to other lands, structures, or buildings in the same zoning district. And staff found that the subject parcel is 50 foot wide, which is under the current zoning requirement of 60. The parcel also features an existing historic residence, which limits construction locations. And although the East Yard addition is generally appropriate placement for the addition, staff finds that an addition providing similar features could likely be located elsewhere on the property. That being said, for a configuration like this, where it is currently placed is probably the most appropriate for a certificate of appropriateness. Section B, that special conditions or circumstances arise that are not a result of the applicant. Staff's findings were that although the site challenges, or there are challenges to the site, such as lot width and the location of the existing residence, staff did find that the applicant's placement is likely not restricted to the proposed site. D, for literal interpretation, the provisions of the regulations would deprive the applicant rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district and would work unnecessary hardship on the applicant. Staff found that the strict interpretation of the zoning provisions would likely not deprive the applicant of rights afforded to other properties, but again, that the carport's location is consistent with side-loaded carports on nearby properties such as 327 Greenwood Drive. The placement is the most suitable for mission revival structures within the district, and requiring the applicant to relocate it could create visual compatibility issues in pursuing a certificate of appropriateness. And E, that the variance is the minimum variance necessary to make use of reasonable use of the building, land, or structure. Staff does find that the property already supports reasonable use, as the building has served as a single-family residence within a residential district for nearly a century. Staff concludes that the proposed carport and second-story addition would likely enhance functionality, use, and utility for its owners. So staff's recommendation, this is always difficult when this happens, but staff was recommending approval for the certificate of appropriateness with a few conditions should the variance be approved. Very standard, our street-facing glass, the Mutton provision, all stucco applications shall match the existing on the residence. And then the only other one was the post and beam carport detailing shall be revised to be clad in stucco, or if utilizing wood cladding, the beams shall be straight without arches, and the wood shall be Pecky cypress or cedar. And so we're talking about this feature right here. So that's if the board approves the variance, but as staff, in our conservative judgment, did not think that the variance criteria were met, we are recommending denial of the variance.
And so, in effect, the variance denial would...
Well, if the variance were to be denied, there could still be a deferral, right, for or the continuance for the applicant to consider reworking the certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you. Okay. Questions from the board?
Thank you, Jordan. These reports are really, really exceptional, and the presentations, both yours and your colleagues, Anthony's. It's definitely noticeable, at least by me.
And clear.
Yep. Did you find any records, aerial, green card, or anything about some garage structure in the rear of the property?
Not in my research, but it seems like there should have been.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
I think it's a shame that they have an alley and don't want to capitalize on that for access, but I completely understand the reasons why, being the location and the discordant uses to the west. Did you explore with the applicant lessening the variance?
You can't. I mean, if he, as I understand, the width is already at, what is the opening width?
Yeah.
So 10 feet from the fireplace to the inside of the column, and as I understand it from working with the applicant, just the size of their vehicles, just kind of, it wouldn't function otherwise.
So you got to clear there's no denying you have to pass the fireplace in order to do the carport. I get that. But once you clear the carport, or once you clear the fireplace, you're kind of like, all right. The parking stall is 9 feet wide. You're proposing 10 feet 10 feet 1 inch. So you already got 12 inches to play with, at least by government regulation standards of what a parking stall could be. So I'm not sure that this is the minimum variance request for specific requests that this applicant is seeing. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Additional questions from the board? All right, seeing none, do we have any public comment on this case? I do not have any comment cards in front of me. All right, seeing none, would the applicant like a rebuttal?
All I would like to say regarding that clearance.
And just come on up to the microphone, please.
Just regarding the clearance, the fireplace is approximately 6 inches. The back of the fireplace is approximately 6 inches to the south of that first column. So that width it's pretty critical right there. And in addition to that, again, all I'm saying is we're just trying to keep that existing driveway in place so they don't have to do anything else and keep as much landscaping to the east side as possible.
Thank you. We will move into executive session.
Architects, could you make it work?
Yes, we can make it work. And even more, I mean, having the upper level on top of the portico sharing encroaching into the setback, that is a bigger problem also.
Yeah, that's a big, that's where I was eventually getting land on, is there's one thing, okay, the columns to encroach, but the second floor,
But usually, you know, a typical door is 8 feet wide, so you can have an encroachment of 10 feet is fine. And I totally agree with what you said about once you pass that, then you can park the car.
I mean, I think typically for this type of house, as you mentioned, Mr. Murphy, an accessory structure is kind of how we would expect to see that massing. I mean, I do feel like for this style of house, a portico share is appropriate, and so for me, it is also about the second floor requiring a variance.
I think that if we continue the case, the applicant have the option either to rethink the project and try to add, you know, is a garage on the back or reduce the width and not encroaching in the setback.
Jordan, did you want us, how were we to weigh in on the variance first as presented to deny it? Or what if we wanted to give the applicant an opportunity to rework and come back with perhaps a lesser variance? Would that be amenable to your team?
Yeah, I think that's
We should just continue the case.
I agree.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion, sir, to continue case 2581 and 2581. Is that a V or a 5?
It's a V for variance.
I love it.
Excellent question, though.
333 Greenwood Drive. For further study and lessening of the variance, at least on the second floor.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We will see you back. And with that, I'm going to step away.
And that was to the January 27th.
We'll send all applicants who have been continue to follow-up email tomorrow.
Now we move into case number 25-83707 Canuga Drive. We can have the applicant presentation, please.
Good evening, Elizabeth Carpio, Project Manager with Smith Kellogg Architecture. I'm presenting on behalf of the owner of 707 Canuga Drive, a contributing historic structure in the Flamingo Park Historic District. Tonight, we are presenting additions and alterations to the existing contributing primary structure and accessory structure. The subject property is located along the north side of Canuga Drive. There's a mix of 1- and 2-story structures on the block. The streetscape of the 300 block of Canuga Drive is characterized by a combination of 1- and 2-story structures. The proposed addition maintains within the existing streetscape massing. Streetscape photos showing the surrounding context. 721 Canugo is recently completed and is 2 houses down from the subject property, which is down here. We have a few more adjacent property photos. Pictured here is the subject property. The existing contributing residence is a 1-story frame vernacular cottage built in 1923. Changes have been made over time, including replacement of the windows and roof. Here are photos of the side east facade and later rear additions. The rear facade with more views of the later additions. And the west facade, which currently has a carport in front of a garage. The accessory structure is listed as a contributing, but there is no record of it in the green card, which recorded the structures on the site circa 1962. It is also in very poor condition. This site plan shows the existing structure on the subject property. The original 1923 contributing structure at the front will remain and will be restored. We are proposing to demolish the later rear additions and to construct a new 1-story hyphen to connect to a proposed 2-story addition. The addition is pushed to the rear of the site to minimize its impact on the streetscape. To separate the volume of the addition from the original structure, the front yard setback to the 2-story addition is greater than 85 feet. The addition is also turned parallel to the length of the property to provide usable yard space on the narrow lot and to allow for the envelope of the historic structure in the front to be prioritized and to remain clearly legible. It is also similar in massing to the property of the west, which has a 2-story accessory structure. The property behind it has a 2-story portion abutting the property line. Then we have the existing floor plan. The materials removal plan showing the removal of the later rear additions, window replacement, and interior alterations. The proposed floor plan showing the contributing structure and proposed additions to the rear. We're adding a trellis and a pool to the east. The accessory structure will also receive a loggia. The second floor addition, again, similar to the massing to the accessory structure to the west. The existing and proposed street and rear elevations, the front facade remains intact and additions are pushed to the rear. From the east elevation, you can see the procession from the historic residence in the front to the 1-story connection up to the 2-story addition. 6/1 single-hung aluminum impact windows are proposed in reference to the fenestration at the original structure. The proposed north or rear elevation, we're proposing modest ceiling heights of 9 feet on the first floor and 8 feet on ceiling on the second floor. We're removing the roofing at the carport to utilize the structure as a trellis. This was a later addition. As shown in the landscape plan, we are exceeding the minimums for shade trees and planting material. This is a rendered view of the south street facade. We're working hard to retain the original massing of the house, and the 2nd-story addition is barely visible from the street, as seen in this view. Shown here is the rendered view down the east yard. The pool is positioned to be on center with the existing accessory structure. And thank you all. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Can we have the staff report now, please? Staff presentation.
Thank you again, Jordan Hodges, for the record. So this request is for a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of 1- and 2-story additions, modifications to an accessory structure, and exterior alterations, namely roof replacement and window replacement, associated site improvements, and this is also a pre-construction review for a historic preservation ad valorem tax exemption. Again, she did a very good job covering the existing structure, you know, kind of quaint frame vernacular. If it had a broad porch across it, you might be able to call it a bungalow with the how deep the eaves are, but it seems to be in, you know, relatively original condition. There is, if you see in the bottom right on the south facade, there's an existing kind of covered carport with a what looks to be a garage addition or some type of storage addition that was added later on. Pictures of the sides and rear. And you can see the kind of a series of flat roof additions to the rear and the existing kind of detached garden shed. Here you can see the site plan, which, you know, all zoning provisions are met. There are a couple of special exceptions to the application. The first is a 3% one-time increase to both lot coverage and FAR. And this is for providing an accessory structure totaling 300 square feet, provided that the accessory structure is located at least 10 feet behind the front facade of the principal, and provided that the accessory structure is separated from the principal structure by at least 15 feet, in which it is. This is a special exception that is granted by staff. And then the second one is a lot coverage special exception, which permits a 2% one-time increase to either lot coverage or FAR. The applicants are requesting it towards lot coverage. And this is for the additional plant material than what is typically, you know, permitted or that is beyond the minimum provisions provided in the landscape plan. So a landscape plan was submitted and reviewed by the city's senior landscape planner, and it was found to be compliant and an increase over the minimum provisions. This special exception is granted by the HPB, and it'll just be included in the COA application. These are those landscape plans that were included in the backup material. Getting into the elevations, the historic structures remaining kind of you know, in its existing state, minus roof replacement and the replacement of the existing windows with new impact products and the front door. You can see the changes to the accessory structure, which likely won't be visible from the street just due to the landscaping, and of course the pop-up in the rear. We did ask for a streetscape elevation, which shows that the structure at 209 Canuga has a very similar configuration. Now, 209 Canuga, it is a detached 2-story accessory structure, but at 707 Canuga, that kind of 1-story hyphen that connects the front part of the building to the 2-story rear is narrower than the front building and has a lower ridge line. So that connecting hyphen really shouldn't be perceived from the street. Here you can see the changes to the east elevation. Again, that central 1-story hyphen and the 2-story pop-up in the rear. The exterior cladding of the new additions is done in a lap siding simulated stucco, providing that little bit of differentiation between the historic house in wood-clad siding and the new additions. Again, you can see those changes to the west elevation and to the rear. Surrounding building analysis, lots of, or several kind of frame structures, and then mission and Mediterranean structures, 1 and 2 story. Staff did find that the application with the special exceptions was compliant with the zoning and that the additional criteria and the Secretary of Interior standards were met. So staff is recommending approval with some conditions. Our general, number 1 is just our general window glazing and mutton provision. 2 is patch and repair of any existing wood siding may be permitted where rot and deterioration exists. We would require that new siding to be milled to match the existing. All stucco window trim, mullions, and sills on the addition shall match the existing wood elements in size, shape, profile, depth, and design, but just made out of stucco. The proposed metal roof shall have a silver mill galvalume finish. The permit drawings shall indicate the existing and proposed west property line setback dimensions of the proposed carport trellis. Sorry, I skipped over that. Let me just bring that up real quick. Let's see. So where the current driveway is, we actually looked at it a little bit earlier. Bottom right picture, there's an existing covered carport. The applicants are asking essentially just to remove the covering and to leave the horizontal members as a trellis. So we just wanted to ensure that there weren't any changes that were happening to that would end up bringing it further to the property line. And then the applicant, it shall be the applicant's responsibility to document the construction process and associated costs for the historic preservation ad valorem tax exemption completed work application. And that's staff's presentation.
Great, thank you so much. Excellent presentation as always.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Seeing none, we go into public comments. I have a card here from Mr. Mark Mitchell. You please go to the mic and state your name and address, please.
Good evening, board members. Mark Mitchell, 709 Cayuga. I think it was inadvertently referred to as 209. So we are adjacent property. Bought the house this year for many of the reasons that Linda Cullen so passionately explained earlier tonight. Just a couple of brief comments. When you look at the plans, you have a long sprawl addition that really more than doubles the length of the existing property. It increases, or it actually makes it 276% of what it was originally. The design creates a bit of ambiguity of a second story or a guest house just beyond, which is kind of a proper, a pop-up view, seemingly somewhat improper. I know we don't refer to it as a bungalow based on the comments here, but the character of this existing structure is materially changed with these revisions. The second story addition itself is more prominent than the existing single-story home as it is today. And that's really just some things I'd like to point out. I think if I had a Bitcoin, or if we all had a Bitcoin for every mention of compatibility tonight, we'd be doing quite well. So I would ask that compatibility be something that be considered in these plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anybody in the public that wish to speak also in this case? Are you going to file a card after?
Yes, I'll fill out a card. I just wanted to see.
Name, please.
Dr. Russell Rusicki, architect. The only thing I want to mention is the detached structure and the bonus attached there too. It's under my understanding that the minimum square footage required for a detached structure to be considered for a bonus would be 300 square feet based on this lot size. So I would just ask the board to look at the detached structure to see if it's 300 square feet and meets that requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant want to have a rebuttal of these comments?
Hi, good evening. For the record, Taylor Smith, also at Smith Kellogg Architecture. To Dr. Rusicki's comment, we're adding covered area to the existing detached one-story accessory structure to meet that 300 square foot minimum requirement. To the prior comment before that, I would argue that what the two-story addition is doing to the streetscape is very similar and indeed compatible to the adjacent property next door. I also do want to reiterate that the two-story portion of the house is immediately adjacent to a two-story detached accessory structure immediately to the west and another two-story structure immediately to the north. So I believe that it's contextually appropriate and does not overpower the existing contributing structure, which is in the forefront and prominent to the streetscape. The existing contributing structure is also remaining intact on the entirety of its front facade and two side facades. So it's still legible as the original structure is currently. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Any other question? I do have a question to the applicant. There are 7 conditions of approval. Do you agree to those conditions?
Yes, we agree to those conditions.
Thank you. So is there anybody else in the public that wish to speak in this case? Okay, seeing none, we move into executive session. Somebody wants to start, or somebody is ready to make a motion, or?
Yeah, I can start. Aside from hearing from the member of the public, I actually found this application to be compatible with the immediate area. So I'm now kind of re-examining, because I don't think we received a letter of opposition on this in advance of the meeting. We had a letter of concern about landscaping. But as I'm going through the drawings now with its more discerning eye, I don't find it to be terribly sprawling, or in fact, there's an addition to particularly the second floor addition. Well, the ground floor increase in the lot coverage is, I find, completely in alignment with the regulations and also with the building to the west. As for the second floor pop-up, perhaps the architect could explore lowering that roof line a little bit. Gabriel, I don't know if maybe you can weigh in on that, or the other architect on the board. But I'm generally supportive of the application as presented.
I'm in support as it is.
Same.
Okay.
I mean, especially with the street elevation, it's pretty clear. I mean, I just in general, I think, especially with a lot of 1- and 2-story additions as they occur, like this is, I mean, this is like, I wouldn't mess with this. This is pretty much how you do it. It's like very textbook.
It is textbook how you do an addition, a second-story addition to a single-story house, particularly of this construction style. I agree with you.
Yeah. I
Sounds
also
like you
agree.
guys need a motion.
I'll make a motion that, I need one or two?
One.
One. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2583 for additions and alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and the intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in section 9449, and I will list the conditions of approval as memorialized in the staff report.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So case is approved. We move to the next case, number 25-84, 275 Flamingo Drive.
Good evening. Selene Simon, project manager with Smith Kellogg Architecture. Tonight I will be presenting on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Bolton, who are the owners of 275 Flamingo Drive. Tonight we are presenting additions and alterations to the existing contributing primary structure and additions and alterations to the non-contributing accessory structure. The subject property is located at the north boundary of the El Cid Historic District and has dual frontage along Flamingo Drive to the south, as well as Austin Lane to the north. Most of the homes on the street date from 1940, while the primary structure dates from circa 1920s. The accessory structure was built later. The contextual setback for the Austin Lane frontage was established under Miss Mittner at 6.25 feet, taking into consideration the setbacks and use by the other structures such as 269 and 295 Flamingo Drive. This contextual setback was then used for the new construction next door at 281 Flamingo Drive, as well as additions and alterations at 285 and 293 Flamingo Drive, which are currently under construction. This diagram shows the positioning of the north block of Flamingo, with the primary structures facing Flamingo and the accessory structures and/or garages facing Austin Lane. The Flamingo Drive facade, which is also the street the front doors are oriented towards, shows the lattice work and front door in the images are not original to the house, so we are looking to remove these non-original features. The east facade features a sunroom and French doors, which were added later at the original garage location. The north facade facing Austin Lane and west side yard facing north. Pictured here is the non-contributing accessory structure, which was added later. The garage doors face Austin Lane, as is typical for the street, which functions more as an alley. We are also retaining the large shade tree to the east of the accessory structure. The retention of these large shade trees informed the location of the additions to the site. The streetscape of the 200 block of Flamingo Drive is characterized predominantly by colonial revival cottages dating to the 1940s. Flamingo Drive North streetscape images, including the subject property, 285, 293, and 281 have all recently undergone work and established the contextual setback for the block under Miss Mittner. More images of Austin Lane's streetscape. And then these are the garages. All right. In this diagram, you can see the properties which have garages facing Austin Lane in red. The properties in yellow have an accessory structure that functioned as a garage in the past. The site plan to the left shows the existing structures on the subject property. The original 1920s contributing structure at the southwest corner shall remain. We are proposing to move the non-contributing accessory structure to the east to make room for additions to the primary structure. In doing so, we will be able to preserve both structures, maintaining rhythm of solids to voids along the streetscapes, and retain 3 large shade trees. The proposed site plan shows the new 1-story rear addition to the contributing structure and the 1-story addition to the accessory structure. Our goal for the design was to develop a scheme sensitive to and compatible with the existing streetscape rhythm, contextual building massing and scale, and architectural language characteristic of the 200 block of Flamingo Drive. The existing plans, material removal plans. The proposed first floor plans with additions situated around the large shade trees to minimize the impact to Flamingo Drive. The second story receives no additions, only interior alterations. The existing and proposed street elevations note that the non-original lattice and front door shall be removed, and instead it shall receive new brackets and a new front door. The east elevation showing the loggia and primary bedroom additions. And then the north elevation, again showing the loggia and primary bedroom additions. The fenestration matches the light pattern and sizing of those that already exist on the contributing structure. The west elevation showing the new 1-story addition. And then the proposed accessory structure, which retains the character of the later addition, and the new addition step back to differentiate the new from the old. All right, the landscape plans, which provide plantings in excess of those required by code. Let me see if I can zoom in for you. Okay. And then we also have an artistic rendering of the proposed design, which demonstrates how the additions do not impact the street facade. You can also see the retained shade trees. And then a rendering of the east facade with the additions, covered loggia, and a proposed swimming pool. And a bird's eye rendering. Note that the original driveway shape is being retained. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the staff presentation now, please?
All right, Jordan Hodges, again for the record. Again, this is a certificate of appropriateness for exterior alterations in a 1-story addition to the primary structure, the relocation of the detached garage accessory structure and a 1-story addition, site improvements, and once again, a pre-construction application for a tax exemption. You do have the contributing resource. Given the shape of the structure, I would have thought that it was probably, or originally, siding clad, but it does have stucco, kind of regularized facade, regularized window pattern, and the addition of that sunroom off to the east. The rear is pretty utilitarian. You have that kind of step-down 2-story addition, and then the garage to the rear, facing Austin Lane. I thought she did a good job going through the site plan, but kind of working front to back. The existing kind of circular driveway is being retained. There are 2 very, very large trees on the lot, one immediately to the east of the house and then one kind of to the rear. which are being retained. You can see in the kind of roof plan, the stepping down of roofs from 2-story, that mid-height 2-story, and then 1-story, and then the relocation of the garage. This application also utilizes the same lot coverage special exception bonus for the increase in planting material. And again, staff did have our senior landscape planner review the application prior to publishing the staff report. We did talk a little bit about contextual setbacks. Contextual setbacks require, it's kind of unusual, but they require 4 properties to be taken into account. So we've included a condition of approval that the property furthest west on the block be also included. So the alley setback from the garage may shift a couple of inches, but we just need to include that other structure all the way to the west. But staff's conditioned that to where we can take care of that at permitting. Again, the additional landscaping, I think this is provided by Robert Bell Design. And some landscaped images. Again, very minor alterations to the front. The front stoop is being modified to be a little bit wider, and it has kind of a new swooping handrail, and the lattice panels that are currently on the porch are being removed. Here you can see the east elevation, the new 1-story addition, that kind of central porch which ties the massing elements together. West elevation, and the rear of the primary structure. These are the existing and proposed elevations of the kind of accessory garage structure, which is being proposed to be lifted from the east side of the garage, or I'm sorry, from the west side of the lawn and set down back on the east side. There are special criteria within the city's historic preservation ordinance that deals specifically with the relocation of historic structures. All of that was outlined in your staff report. What it essentially argues against is moving structures out of the districts, right? In this case, we have a structure, a small secondary structure that's not being relocated out of the district, but is being maintained on the existing lot. Surrounding building analysis, covering Austin Lane and Flamingo. Very mixed variety of houses on the street. And again, those applicable code sections, the additional criteria, SOI standards, special exception criteria for the lot coverage, and the relocation criteria, all covered in your staff report. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. To go through those, again, the glazing and mutton patterns is number 1. 2, the patch and repair of wood siding, specifically in regards to the garage. 3, the proposed metal roofs, that finish. I believe it's being used on the connecting porch structure. 4, that is that contextual setback standard along Austin Lane. 5, for the use of the increased landscaping special exception. We'll make sure that these things match at permitting to be able to use the bonus. And number 6, again, to document the work process and associated costs for the completed work application. And that's staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Very harmonious design. Well done.
For the front porch, what is the current structure holding up that overhang?
So
the trellis?
That might be a question for the applicant. I was under the understanding that the brackets that are being proposed were already supporting that that kind of little gable structure, but it sounds like those are new. So maybe.
The existing structure is wood brackets that are covered by the lattice.
Okay, and these are new brackets?
Yes.
Okay.
So Jordan, the special exception for the bonus for the lot coverage or FAR is this one's approved by the board and wrapped into the COA.
Sorry. Yes, so that is a board approved. Some special exceptions are approved by staff, some are by the board. This one is by the board, but we did have, the code does require that the planning director or their designee review to make sure that it's compliant with the landscape ordinance, and that was done.
Yep. I mean, just a little kind of side comment that's slightly snarky. Like, so we review this special exception that's based on a landscape plan that we have no purview over.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
it's a great project.
Bring that up at the end of the meeting. There's discussions on things like this.
No more questions from the board? I have a card here. Somebody who wished to speak, Gordon Lee Pollock. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Lee Pollock. My wife and I live at 269 Flamingo, which is the property immediately to the east. I've actually been in touch with the applicants and I want to welcome them to the neighborhood. A couple of small questions. The structure that's going to be on the northeast corner of the property, is that the garage or is that an accessory structure? And is that 1 story or 2 stories and how high is it?
It's a 1-story detached garage that is existing on the site.
Okay. Is the existing garage immediately in the northeast corner or is it more centered in the lot? I'm trying to remember.
The existing garage is in the northwest corner. We are proposing to relocate it.
Okay. Is it going to be the same height as the existing garage, or what's the height going to be?
Yes, everything is going to stay exactly the same as it is.
Garage.
We are just adding an addition onto it that will be the same height as well, same material look. It will just be stepped back from the existing garage.
One other thing that everyone's concerned about is noise from outdoor mechanicals, air conditioning, pool heaters, pool pumps. Do you have an idea of where those go in the property?
Yes, those are going to be at the northwest corner of the building near the primary bedroom.
The northwest corner of the building, okay.
It's in the site plan.
We are doing rebuttal at the same time.
If I can.
Unfortunately, the mouse.
Oh, there we go. So they're already there, as you can see. That's the pool equipment and then the air handlers. There is going to be 1 air handler unit to service the garage, which will be back there. I don't know if you can see the mouse, but it's in the corner of the garage.
So if I'm looking at the garage, which is the northeast.
The northwest, yeah.
Oh, no, well, the garage would be the northeast corner of the site.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
So there'll be 1, because the garage is going to be air conditioned.
Yes.
Okay, so there'll be 1 air handling unit somewhere near there.
Yes.
Okay, presumably smaller than the one in the main house.
Correct.
Right. And just one last comment or suggestion. The trees on the property are magnificent, but the previous owners, who were wonderful people, were getting on in years and they haven't really been trimmed or maintained. So hopefully your landscaper will get them into better shape.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else in the public wish to speak? You.
My name is James Malloy. I live at 276 Flamingo. I have one question. Why the metal roof?
Again, for the record, Taylor Smith, Smith Kellogg Architecture. The roof that the Galvalume metal roof is going over is a low slope condition. So because it's a secondary shed roof, it makes more sense materially to have it a material that can handle that condition.
And what about on the main house that's existing? Is that going to have a metal roof also?
No, the roof material, it's similar to what's there now. It'll be a dimensional asphalt roof tile. So I think what's there is flat. It's just a flat asphalt shingle. What is going on is an architectural tile.
Okay, that was my concern, because that is the oldest house on the street. It was moved to the site before all the other houses were built. It used to be downtown at one point, and I just thought a metal roof on that would not be inappropriate in a historic district. So, my comment.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that will wish to speak on this case? Seeing none, we move to executive session.
No comment.
Somebody wish to start? James?
No, I'm ready to approve as presented with the staff conditions. I don't have anything further to add to it.
I just would want to maybe just an editorial comment about the brackets. If they're new, I think you should work with staff to make sure it's compatible with other houses in the area, or matching as close to whatever's. I don't know what's there, but I just feel they're probably okay, but I feel like it just maybe bears a little bit of study, especially since, this neighborhood's on my commute and I see a lot of these, and I see a lot of them that are just simpler and straighter, but if there's ample precedent, I'm sure it's fine.
We can add that to the condition of approval.
Okay, with that, I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2585 at 349 Plymouth Road.
2584, sorry.
I'm sorry?
84.
I'm sorry, 2584 at 275 Flamingo Drive for alterations, additions, and relocation in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in section 9449 of the city zoning and land development regulations. Specifically, the conditions of approval include the following 6 conditions memorialized in the staff report, and new 7th condition that the proposed brackets along the front entryway shall be approved subject to the review and approval of staff.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Project approved. Thank you. Now we move, the next case is 25-85, 349 Plymouth Road.
No, Plymouth.
Plymouth.
Good evening. My name is Robert Tanner. I am serving a couple of different hats today. I'm the contractor, the applicant, and I'm also the owner along with my wife, Abby. We're building this home for ourselves. We moved to this area about a couple of years ago and rented on Pilgrim Road and kind of fell in love with the area, and this home came on the market and we took advantage of it. We really appreciate the neighborhood for its historical context. We love the style of the homes, and our intention is to maintain that. This is the existing condition of the home. The main intent of what I'm trying to convey to you today is our intention of preserving the aesthetic of the home and hopefully bringing it back to a condition that is livable for many years to come. It's suffered quite a bit of a lack of repair for quite a while. The block on Plymouth Road is it's unique in that they're all quite consistent in scale and character. That's exactly why we selected this location. They're modest in footprint, carefully proportioned, and arranged in a way that creates rhythm rather than visual competition. What we tried to attempt to do is to make sure that we don't mess with that and that we allow the historical context of our home to contribute and to continue to contribute. Sorry. The top left-hand corner picture is one of the historical images that were brought up about the house. There is a number of modifications that were made to the home from when it was originally built. We would like to strip away a lot of that additional decoration and bring it back to better represent the mission style that it was originally built under. So there's, sorry. No, I'm good. On top of the additional decorations on the front of the house, they've obviously changed the windows, added coins which weren't original. That flower bed was not original. We already had to remove that because of water damage that was being created because of that situation. The raised patio and breeze block, I'm quite certain was not original also. Along the bottom, you can see photos of, there's a mechanical room that was added to the left side. On the back end of the building, there were 3 additions. There's a quite large carport. There is an enclosed lower level that's about 2 steps down from the existing, the previous building, and then an enclosed screen porch, and we would like to remove all of those things. On top of the additional, on top of the additions that took place to the building, we have discovered substantial disrepair. So there's termite damage, wood rot from water ingress. There's a large portion of the foundations that's not supported right now. It's not bearing on soil. The stucco, it's a stucco on top of wood framing. All of the, it was stucco on paper. All that paper has rotted away, allowing both moisture and air to travel in and out of the house without any restriction. Where there is insulation, it's got some problems because of the moisture, obviously. What we are proposing is the addition of a 2-story structure at the back of the house, on top of renovating and restoring, or not renovating, but restoring the front half of the house and bringing it back to a historical condition. You can see that from the bottom right-hand corner, what we tried to do is limit the visibility of the addition by setting it back towards the rear of the property. We tried to break up the facade of the second story and not make it look like just a large mass. It's divided up into a couple of different elevations with and staggered towards the back. They're not just one. It's not just one flat wall. This is the rear and the the west elevation, which is the closest to the neighbor's property. What we tried to do, especially on the second floor of this addition on that side, because it's the closest and more overlooking to the neighbor's yard, was to put the windows in such a location that it didn't really create a obtrusive feel for the neighbors. That is just the floor plans showing the front that we're trying to maintain as much as we can. There really is substantial repairs that have to take place to the building to be able to restore it, and then the new floor plans for the first and second floor. This is the existing elevations with the proposed rendering with the rear addition setback. There is, you can see on the right-hand side, the addition of the staircase to get up to the right-hand side, or to get up to the second floor, rather. And this is a letter of approval or from our neighbor. Basically, we reviewed our plans with their neighbor, and they are fully on board. They're directly to the west of us, and they are happy with what we're planning also. That's it.
Thank you. We'll have the staff presentation now.
Anthony Mendez for the record, case manager for HPB 2585. This is a request for additions alterations at 349 Plymouth Road, which is in the Bel Air Historic District. Again, a locally designated historic district from 1993. The structure was constructed in circa 1925 in the Mission Revival style. This is an SF-14C2. Here we have the photographs provided by our applicant. This property has undergone a substantial or plethora amount of alterations since 1924, most notably the windows. So we have a 2007 photograph. The jalousie windows were replaced in December of 2007. Here we have a photo from 10 years ago to document the change in window pattern. Also, we have the property record card to show the additions that have been added. So the property record card is from 1963. The site also has some nonconformities, most notably the accessory structure does not conform with the setbacks to the east, along with a small portion of the front facade to the east as well, to the west. And so per our applicant's request, it's a 920 square foot, two-story addition. It's going to be situated towards the rear of the property. Fenestration changes along all four facades and demolition of altered facades and spaces, again, situated towards the rear. Here we have the applicant's submittal from the south, the east elevation drawings, the north, the west. We have a streetscape. And per our zoning and land development analysis, the wall height at site setback is just something that has to be verified for compliance after COA approval, hypothetically. This is something that was that had been extrapolated just for the purposes of this staff report. It just needs to be verified as be part of a condition prior to applying for building permits. So the wall height needs to be 20-foot max, so just for that 19 feet 7 inches, it's just per from what staff was able to extrapolate, but that just has to be a verified condition from the applicant's side. We did work with the applicant prior to presenting before the board. Overall sufficiency, having a complete window and door schedule, having existing versus proposed drawings, having a demolition report of those rear spaces. We've worked on establishing a 2-to-1 vertical proportion of the windows, which is appropriate for Mission Revival style. We've worked on incorporating bracketed barrel tile awnings, and we've also gone from the proposed sliding glass doors to the more traditional French doors on the north facade. We appreciate the applicant's hard work, so we are recommending approval with conditions. Yes, for the first condition, applicant needs to work with staff to provide pertinent dimensions to verify zoning compliance, specifically Section 9482 as noted with the wall height side setback and Section 94305. So for that first condition, the dimensions of the mechanical equipment that they are proposing, that needs to be verified as per Section 94305, mechanical equipment can encroach up to 4 feet into any given setback. For the second condition, it's just ensuring consistency between the elevation drawings, floor plan, and the window and door schedule, making sure everything has consistent nomenclature and everything is consistent in regards to notation. Third one, we are imposing a condition that the window on this on the east side of the south elevation drawing be changed to a 6-light arched configuration, along with having a score line below that parapet of the east addition. The circle that was notated for the east elevation drawing, if that could be revised to have some kind of architectural detail, we did insert appropriate circular architectural detail. This is from Park Place. A decorative vent is also acceptable. The proposed gates that they're having on their site plan, and along with the awnings on the east elevation, those two shall not be made of vinyl. And prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant has to provide detailed drawings of those gates. Eighth, the design of the wood trellis that they're proposing on the rear has to be reconfigured so that we have 2 posts and we don't have a post that's blocking one of the doors. And then conditions 9 through 11 are our standard window conditions. We generally prohibit a white interlay, and we noticed that on their window schedule. Window 7, because of the fact that this is a bathroom, that can have obscured textured glass for privacy. And then for the 11th condition, it's just a standard Muntin condition that just prohibits flat Muntins, and we see an image of what's prohibited in that last image. Surrounding building context, 347 Plymouth Road is an excellent reference point, along with, well, actually, that's actually the most valid reference point, since that is a contributing Mission Revival structure. We have the applicable codes, which are the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria for new construction and alteration. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Anthony, there's a lot of demolition.
Yes, there is.
And I don't think that's relayed enough in your materials to be removed, part of the staff memo. And this will be more for executive session, but I reference A100 to my colleagues. It's all being demolished except for a corner.
Anthony, can you bring that sheet up? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I don't know if it's a question. It's a comment, and so it's probably best for executive session. I have it as, the, that's not what I have.
No, this is
Oh,
the
wait.
wrong one.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is 365 Plymouth. My apologies.
I would just say, maybe it shows incorrectly. It's basically the front 20 feet or something of the house is all staying. It's everything behind that.
But the walls are, I mean,
Interior walls or exterior walls?
yes,
Interior walls?
yes,
Interior walls, yes.
and exterior,
Not exterior.
past the 20 feet
Behind, yes.
is gone. You know,
Being replaced.
right, I'm not sure that that is adequately shown.
Okay.
And certainly not adequately expressed.
Okay.
In your existing and proposed elevations, unless it's new to me as I'm looking through the supplemental. But I just wanted to bring that to both of your attention, that it's, I really like the idea of the application.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the level of demolition.
I would say, so we proposed this not knowing basically what we want. We obviously want to accomplish restoring the house, but also making it more livable. It's not a really livable structure right now, although we have been living there. I think there would be ways that we could accomplish that with reducing some scope of demolition, but it definitely needs a lot of demolition.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it took me a while to get to it. Can you speak to that a little bit more when you're saying that it's not livable?
So I would say, livable, I guess.
Speaking to the mic.
I guess there's a difference between livable and being healthy and comfortable, maybe. There's a lot of water problems in the house. There's structural problems with the house. And there is, our intention is not just to fix up the house and throw a coat of paint on it and let it live for another 10 years. We would like to fix it to a point where it'll stay around for another 100 years and be more energy efficient and sustain a hurricane that comes by. And because right now it's not any of those things. So whether we build walls inside of the existing walls, I don't know what our limits are for how we fix up the house to make it a livable, like a sustainable house.
Well, one of the wonderful things about a frame structure is it's very nimble. So there are ways to bring frame homes up to code actually much easier than like a concrete home that's not up to code. So you're going to have it strapped, you can sister to exist.
I have no problem with that. I guess, so for instance, the state of the stucco, right? It's literally, you open up the walls and you're just looking at the back of the stucco. So we need to make the house airtight. There's just a lot of work they have to do to make the house nice, and there's a point where it doesn't make sense to make the house nice. So what are our limits, I guess?
And these are all problems, if we're going to call them that most of the historic structures that are from the 20s are facing, right? And there are ways.
Well, that's I'm just trying to figure out what those, like, where do you want me to go with this, I guess?
Great, thank you.
Can you show again where the original house ends and where the additions begin? Do you have that anywhere?
And I can reference the property.
I guess that's basically, can you see? So the original structure, I would say, lands right about there. And what we were talking about, so that's the back of the original house. And what we were talking about removing is back to there. So like an extra 8 feet or 10 feet maybe.
I don't want to disagree. The drawings show otherwise, and it's kind of like airing it out, no pun intended. Like, let's look at the application at hand, and if it's this, I just want to make sure my fellow board members are aware of that, because it is a lot of demolition, and perhaps we need to see that more graphically shown in the elevations. And I'm not sure, Anthony mentioned a structural report. I'm not sure we were sent that, and I couldn't find it in the supplemental documents.
That was something that our applicant did provide. You do, not sure if you have that handy.
I don't have that handy, but I'll provide it to you.
As a Christian, I thought sometimes that's something that's required for this level of demolition.
Well, I think it's a good point that you brought it up because it is an extensive level of demolition. And I have to say, when I actually originally looked through the application, I didn't catch it. So I appreciate you bringing it up. I did quickly look over, like when I reviewed the application, kind of the levels of deterioration. I mean, again, it's kind of something that we run into a lot on historic structures. I know that Jeff is nodding. He's seen a lot of that as well, you know, as a builder. But I agree. I think that in this forum, we kind of need to discuss, you know, that concern. So back to your question, though, when it's a full demolition, it's something that we tend to require because this is
I guess that's my other point. Is
partial.
I don't want to demolish the house. We really like the house as it is. We like the character of the house. We don't want to demolish the house. We want to restore it, but there's a limit to what we can do, I guess, or what makes sense to do.
But I think what Kristen was getting at, I think what we're trying to understand is how much of the demolition is necessity, in other words, because of existing damage that requires demolition, and how much of it is really more for functionality of how you want to live in the house.
Well, and ease, right? Because we all know that it's easier to demolish and rebuild, and cheaper.
Well, I think I get my other point being, we could get an engineer to come in and probably say, this house needs to be demolished. That's not what we want to do.
And what you're speaking to, oh, go ahead.
I mean, is this something that needs to be resubmitted with better representation of the demolition?
I mean, the demolition plan does show the level of demolition that they're looking to do. I think it's a truthful account of what they're proposing today.
Okay, and so the board wants to know, is that level of demolition necessary to restore the house, basically? Is that what we're discussing? Is that?
Yeah, I think that the board is saying that if you're still proposing this much demolition, you need to present more evidence. That's kind of what I'm seeing from other board members. And I think part of my push as well, just because you know, there's a lot of people on the board who are very familiar with the construction of historic structures, that there are ways to work with these. Like even a foundation that's missing or a rolled foundation, like you know, those are things we can fix.
I have no argument here. I guess I'm trying to find out what, so we've obviously proposed an addition to the house. Whether or not that involves more demolition or less demolition, is that addition something that you guys are, because we can do that within the confines of the structure that is there if we, I guess.
Let's talk about the design and not the level of demolition, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I think we can move on to, I think we're still on questions and we haven't even, asked about public comment. So maybe quickly if there are any other questions, or we'll go ahead and take public comment and then move into executive session.
I just have one quick question for you before you go. This is your forever home or a home that you intend to be there for a long time. What is, I'm not an architect, but design I'm familiar with. I don't know if this is my forever home, I don't know how happy I would be if my staircase is at the very rear of my home. You're doing a lot of work in that location. Perhaps there's a way to embellish that, kind of flip it around. And also your second floor plan, you're missing a wall for your hallway. Yeah. So it's your forever home. It looks like you're going to need some more stuff design-wise, and the other team will help out for that. If that is important to you to keep the staircase in the rear, great. Just forever home.
The staircase in the rear, because we're trying to, the whole point was to keep that second floor as far back as possible, away from that kind of gabled parapet that goes around the edge. So we kept the staircase in the back for that purpose.
Awesome. If you're happy with it, I'm just pointing out, if it was mine, I would not like that. But maybe you would love it. So just want to make sure you look at your forever home.
That was I mean, yeah, if we were building a home from scratch, that wouldn't be how we did it. But in order to, what we were trying to do is stay within the confines of maintaining this historical aesthetic from the street. And I thought we were down the right path to make that happen, I guess.
No, totally understand. It looks like you're going to be rebuilding it anyway, so this is why I wanted to bring it on up. Yeah.
Okay, so I think now we will see if there is any public comment. We do not have any comment cards for the case. Okay, seeing none. I mean, you were just up here, but do you need any kind of rebuttal? Okay, so we'll move into executive session. Why don't we, because we've discussed like the level of demolition, can we just talk for a moment about the massing, the two-story massing, which is pushed back from the primary facade, or any other design-related questions before we move into the level of demolition?
I'm generally favorable to the two-story massing. The front window openings from existing to proposed seems an enlargement. I didn't see staff having concerns about that. I don't know if my fellow board members do. I generally don't, actually. No, my biggest concern was understanding the extent of what is new construction versus what was existing. And once I understood it, it kind of was like, well, freed up a lot more room. You don't have to play in those lines anymore and have that stairwell so awkwardly tucked. So like you're kind of just saving the front facade. So just save the front facade. I don't know. I'm so conditioned from my place of employment about demolition of more than 50% of any facade is trouble. So I immediately start with the demolition plans, and that's where I see Jordan nodding. So when I see that much demolition, I get very scared because I feel like I missed something. So looking at it under the light of it's not confined to the footprint of the existing building, have a little bit more fun then. I don't know.
Or keep more of it.
Or keep more of it. I don't really know what to tell you. Like, you're keeping the one setback, because I guess that's maybe non-conforming. I don't know how much of it you have to keep. I don't know. Now I'm rambling. I'm generally fine with a lot of the application. I think it could be finessed a bit. But I do question you staying within the lines when you're erasing the lines. How's that?
No, I think the massing works. My only tweaks would be maybe some of the fenestration. I actually, just because especially on the rear facade, those windows look a little bit pinched, and maybe that carries forward to the front where the stair is. I'm not sure if I agree with the arched window comment from the staff on the front, because there's no arched windows on any part of the original house. I guess I could see it as a feature window, but if anything, I'd almost make that window, I don't know. I just think it could use some tweaks with massing. I do think in this case, weirdly enough, I think the stair in the rear of the property does kind of work because it's the only access to the private sector of the house, so the public areas of the house are all like kind of exposed to the first story, and so it's on, in a certain sense, it's kind of nice that the stair's tucked away where it is, and then of course it would make sense that like like you're adding 2 stories, you're pushing it to the back. Where are you going to put a stair? The stair's going to be where the 2 stories are. It kind of works. So like as is, I think the application from a design sense is, pretty good. With a few minor tweaks and addressing some of the staff comments. I guess maybe the only other question is how much of this house is being touched. The only other comment I have, just speaking the level of demolition, if you're gonna, only because you mentioned about making it airtight, with these historic wood frame structures, you have to be very careful with oversealing the house, because these houses were designed to breathe. And unless you're completely resheathing the whole house, you're going to run into problems if you do it halfway. So that's something to consider when you're thinking about your demolition and what you add back in, what you take out, how much, like I wouldn't touch this house with a spray foam gun if you paid me $1 million, for example. So the way envelopes work, it's in historical envelopes work, that's a major concern as well, like apart from the convenience of building new. It's like, well, be careful of over improving the envelope because you'll actually run into problems creating dew points within the assemblies that you're unaware of because you didn't fix every condition and rebuild it from scratch. So just my 2 cents there with regards to how much demolition and how much you would actually build back.
That was a deep dive into the building envelope, and I think it's a really nuanced question about like how you choose to allow the building to operate that you should discuss with the MEP engineer as well. Because there's nuances to that conversation, which I'm not going to get into. I do like that you're addressing some of the inappropriate alterations that were done around the mid-century, like getting those off the structure that have no business being there feels like a breath of fresh air for the building. I do like the arched window that staff is recommending because I do think that that's very typical of this style of structure when you start adding a second story, and I think that it kind of breaks up that really like standardized window configuration, and historically there would have been a little bit more whimsy to it. I agree with the step back massing, and really my primary concern for this is that as a contributing structure, we should keep the contributing structure more wholly.
I second that. I would really like to see more of the original home restored.
So, I would like to see this application continued, coming back with a really similar design intent, but with retaining more of the historic structure. There are ways to do it, and because it's frame, it's easier to do.
I'm not on the top, right?
No. And I think that staff is also very well versed in historic structures in terms of the concerns over the sheathing and like stucco repair. We understand how envelopes work and that buildings need repair. And most historic structures that I've worked on from this period have the exact same condition. So like talking through ways with staff about how to deal with that and that there can be repairs to stucco.
I'm ready to make a motion for the application. Jordan, Anthony, can I request that there be elevations that show removal as well in the demolition? So it's graphically showing that?
Yeah, we'll do plan and elevation and like a red poche showing what's being removed, and if necessary, we could ask why certain sections are, is this convenient? Is this destroyed? We'll get some specifications.
And then your team can have this in 2 weeks, a turnaround? You'll have to? Okay. Then I'm ready to move the following application. This was Plymouth, right? Application 2585 at 349 Plymouth Road to the continue this item to the January, I think that's 27th, 2026 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries. We will see you back. Thank you. Our final case of the evening. Oh, I think we have the next one on Plymouth. You have to turn over your sheets. Our last case for the evening is 25-87, 25-87B for 365 Plymouth Road.
Yeah, it's right there.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Russell Rosicki, architect, representing the interest of the Lanteri family, which is going to be soon welcoming a newborn. And this night sure beats the later nights that we've all been here past 9:30, 10 p.m. So I'm happy the Board is having meetings a little earlier starting. What we're proposing here is a first floor addition of 160 square feet, a second floor addition of 1145 square feet, and a new garage directly adjacent and attached to the home of 225 square feet. There's two parts to this application. There's the COA, and then there's the variance request, which I'll go into describing shortly. So this is within the historically contributing Bel Air district. This is a Mission Revival home built in 1926 in the SF14-C2. We'll start off with existing photos of the front facade and an angular view at the entry and the gate adjacent. This is pictures of the rear yard with synthetic grass and a new pool that was put in. Here's more photos of the side yards. What you're seeing on the right is a photo of a fence that is adjacent to the house. The lot line there, or the setback there, is 5 feet, so we'll refer to that shortly. And on the other side, there's a larger setback. Starting with the zoning analysis. Specific to the side yard setback requirements, we're required to have a 15-foot combined side yard setback. Existing west setback is 5 feet. Proposed garage setback is 7.3 feet for a proposed reduction of cumulative side yard setbacks of 2.7 feet or 2 feet 9 inches at the garage only, which is a single-story element. In looking at the site plan, the driveway kind of stays within its current location, so to speak, with a slight shift towards the home so as to align with the proposed one-story garage. The second story sets back and jogs with similar rhythm and characteristics of the original historic structure. Our addition primarily stacks over existing historically contributing portions of the home, which is on the east and west side. And at the rear, the delineation would be where there's a proposed covered loggia. The existing wall there is also The existing wall is being maintained where the loggia is adjacent to the home. At the northeast side, we've broken open a portion of the existing residence so as to expand for living space so that you can have a living room directly adjacent to a loggia, which is adjacent to a kitchen. It makes for better function and flow in the floor plan of this house. I do just want to point out that obviously this is a 50-foot wide lot. I think we all know the complexities of smaller width lots and what kind of goes with that. You know, some of these parcels of this size, generally they come with reduced setbacks in comparison to larger lot sizes by comparison. But if we talk about the width of this existing home, which matters to me and how I'm presenting tonight, we're talking 26.7 feet wide. The house itself today is 26.7 feet wide on a 50-foot wide lot. Let's just keep that in context when we talk about the additions proposed. We have a proposed garage that's 10 feet, 10 inches. Now, I know there was a subject earlier in the night where we talked about the minimum width for parking a vehicle. I think the 10-foot parking stalls are generally decided to be the code minimum standard in larger parking lots for the instance that when you have cars side by side, you're sharing the space of where the door opens up, right? Vehicles are about 6 feet wide. If we think about the interior space of a garage that may be otherwise needed, it would have to be at least 10 feet, right? 6 feet, leaving 2 feet on each side. Can anyone here open their car door in a 2-foot space? Surely not me with my 4-door smaller car. So getting in and out of a vehicle with something that's 10 feet wide, I would say would be quite impossible unless you were parked offset within the garage, kind of requiring you to squiggle in and then straighten out. I'll show existing plans first of the home. It's a single story. It's wood framed, built over a crawl space, wood frame, balloon framed walls. This is our proposed demo plan. Although you may see a lot of red, that's because the windows are being direct replacement within their same locations, so those show up as demolition. But primarily speaking, that rear bump out off the back of the home, that is not original to the home. It was an addition built, I'd say, within the last 30 years, and it was built shoddily. But you'll see there, kind of the rear, we've taken apart just a portion of those walls at the north and northeast side of it. The proposed elevations, you'll start to see a roof cap being removed. There's a parapet that chases the home right now. It has an aluminum cap on it that gets removed across the entire home. Again, you're seeing the demo north elevation. A good portion of the facade is still remaining. The perimeters or corner points are remaining with exception to the northeast side, which if you're looking at the demo north elevation, that would be on your left. This is the view from the east and west side of the home. And then we have our proposed floor plans. So the foyer stays where it is, a living space stays where it is at the front, and you make your way through a hallway to living space directly adjacent to your kitchen. This makes for kind of a newer age of living where, you know, a living room's directly combined with dining and kitchen, whereas in the past it would be biparted, but primarily speaking, the functions and spatial arrangement of this home remain the same. With exception to the garage. What I'd like to do is just, again, speak to the garage being today's context. When this home was built 100 years ago, 1926, we're talking about horses that would be in a detached structure, right? So garages were customarily in detached structures for that reason. You wouldn't want your horse in the home or within the perimeter of the home, right? So we had detached structures, horse and carriage, right? As homes were built throughout the city of West Palm Beach, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the first zoning code was adopted in 1950. The first historic zoning code where historic properties were designated, and there was a zoning requirement to it, I believe was in 1990, if I'm not mistaken. So if we just talk about historic context of garages, I'll be showing you photos shortly. Detached structures always had the garage, and again, that's for the horse and carriage reason. Here, you'll see in this slide, it depicts the pink portion. It's a 2 foot 9-inch request for relief. Otherwise, the garage would be in conformance at 8 foot 1 inches wide. Wouldn't make a suitable carport or porte-cochere in this instance. The minimum relief is to be able to park a car adjacent to the home for very good reason. They have an expanding family. Me personally, I have 4 little girls. I can't tell you how many times one of my daughters forgets their water bottle. They forget their shoes. Oh, daddy's got to go run in to get it, right? Or I'm sending my daughter to go run in to get it. The garage is connected to the home for convenience. That's a modern day convenience. I'm not talking 100 years ago, we're talking today. I don't know how many on this board would purchase a home with a garage that's detached if they had young children. I'll leave that for you to think about or decide, but I personally would not. This is a Spanish mission-style home. The rhythms of single-story, I tried to maintain the pattern of the single-story structure in all views. So the garage proposed that we're requesting relief for the variance is the only portion we're requesting the variance for, the 2 foot 9 inches. And the rhythm and height of the walls, the ceiling heights on both floors match 8 foot 6, 8 foot 6. That makes for a very low height 2-story home. The red indicating area of the variance relief. Here's the rear view. You're seeing the loggia. The triple door is intentionally offset with respect to the loggia and roof so as for the middle pane of sliding door to align with the center of the island. The offset to the left is displaced for the kitchen countertop to be appropriating next to a solid wall. We matched the window proportions on the street-facing facade, and then on the side elevations, we had placed our egress windows, which are just sizably larger for the bedrooms being added. This is a 3-bedroom home. It's a very modest request for an addition. Again, the side elevation, existing versus proposed, depicting single-story elements throughout. So we wanted to balance our additions so that the home wasn't sort of devoured, and I think this speaks to the rhythm of the existing home, still the primary elements being the front portion. This is the area of variance request for relief. This is the west elevation. Again, we stayed consistent with proportions of windows, except otherwise required by code for egress. The parapets match up with consistent architecture, and the chimney, the proposed second floor addition is set back just beyond the chimney. Cross section, here's the streetscape. You can see our second story shown on the streetscape elevation. The parapets are substantially lower than adjacent structures. So for a 2-story, this is pretty modest in terms of height.
Russell,
Materials.
will you wrap it up since
Yeah,
you have
I
your
will.
time?
I have material slides for any questions. And I have contributing mission homes with garages that are attached to within the same district. Also here, wherever there was a garage attached to a home, in my experience and from driving through the neighborhoods, the garages are generally much closer to the setback. And in some cases on the lot line. And here's a few more photos of other homes with front-facing doors on porches that were converted. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the staff report now.
It's a party on Plymouth tonight. Okay, thank you very much. Jordan Hodges, again for the record. So this is a two-part request like we've seen previously tonight. It's a certificate of appropriateness for exterior alterations for ground and second floor additions and a variance from that cumulative side yard setback. Great little contributing resource. Mission Revival, this kind of Plymouth Road, Pilgrim were all developed around the same time. I think some of it might have been speculatively built. A lot of these houses share extremely similar plans, kind of massing elements, materials. Here you can see that kind of what was a screen porch on the front, that kind of lower massing element with the barrel tile roof, and a side entry to the house. And then that addition off the rear that Dr. Rysicki was talking about in the other photos. And there is an existing pool to the rear of the lot. On the existing or proposed site plan, the application is compliant with all zoning provisions aside from that side yard cumulative setback. Again, this is a situation where the cumulative is required at 15, and as the property already has an established west setback of 5 feet, that requires 10 feet on the east side. The proposed garage is placed at a 7'3" setback, requiring a 2'9" deviation. Again, the minimum, if you were able to build this new and place your minimum on either lot, it would be 5. So they're still outside of the 5. We'll go through some of the elevations. Here you can see, again, the changes to the front. And Dr. Rysicki did mention that it's a low addition, right? It's kind of what we generally ask for, is that the addition stays low. There's a little bit of massing differentiation. I think it's clear that the second story is set back from the back, but they kind of stack like little blocks like Mission Revival structures do. But you can see here where the front door is relocated from that side to the front into the triple arches, and then the addition of that garage. Revisions to the rear, staff really had no comment. Revisions to the side. Again, there are some manipulations to the windows, but again, you can tell on this property from existing pictures that the windows have been shifted, resized over time, and what they're replacing it with is a vertically oriented single hung window with divided lights, which is very appropriate, mullion trim and sill detail. And on the other kind of west elevation of the property. So staff really only has 3 concerns with the current application. The first of which is the variance, very similar to the previous application tonight. Again, in the cumulative, not the minimum. But staff did found conflict with A, B, D, and E, peculiar to land, structure, building, actions of the applicant, literal interpretation, and the minimum request. I will just read those into the record as we do. Special conditions and circumstances that exist that are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved, which are not applicable to other lands, structures, or buildings. Staff finds that the subject parcel is 50 by 120 lot within the Bel Air subdivision. The existing historic development on the property also complies with current zoning standards. Staff finds no special conditions or circumstances associated with this property that are also not imposed on other neighboring properties. The special conditions or circumstances are not a result of action of the applicant. Staff does not identify unique conditions or circumstances at the property, and while the proposed placement of the new garage is convenient and consistent with contemporary home design and use, its requested location is not restricted to the currently proposed site. D, literal interpretation of the provisions of the regulations of this chapter would deprive the applicant rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district and would work unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. Staff's findings is that a literal interpretation of the zoning provisions would not deny the applicant rights available to other properties. Most homes with garages along Plymouth Road feature detached garages, typically located towards the rear of the lot. The applicant could construct a garage in a similar configuration without requiring variance relief. The variance granted is the minimum variance that will make reasonable use of the land. And again, staff's finding, a garage is a typical and reasonable accessory use for a single-family home. It could likely be constructed on the property in a location that complies with zoning requirements without the need for a variance. Staff does note that the requested variance is likely the minimum amount needed to construct a garage in its currently proposed location. From a certificate of appropriateness standpoint, you do see garages on Plymouth. The overwhelming majority of them are, again, placed to, the homes are side-loaded, and they're side-loaded for a reason, and that's because there was a driveway that went from the front all the way to a rear corner where those accessory structures were. You can see it all up and down the street. A lot of those detached garages were turned into units, additional living spaces, home studios. They're not always used as garages anymore, but a lot of them still remain. There is a structure at 301 Plymouth Road, which is a corner lot where the garage is to the rear of the lot, but it still fronts Plymouth, but it's to the rear of the actual lot. And then the other property is actually kind of directly across the street, and that's 354 Plymouth Road, but that's a non-contributing minimal traditional outside of the period of significance in 1955. So from a historic preservation concern, staff found the garage to be in conflict with Standard 3 of the Secretary of Interior standards. Each property shall be recognized as a physical record of time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. Staff finds that the inclusion of the integral fully enclosed forward-facing garage is uncharacteristic for a Mission Revival residence built in 1926 and may convey a misleading impression of historical development. Garages from this area were typically single-bay detached structures placed at the rear of the lot, often in a corner. Plymouth Road features this pattern consistently throughout the block. The only other issue, aside from the garage, that staff found issue with was the relocation of the front door. Like I said, we think that a lot of these structures share common characteristics, and while front doors are generally on the front of the property, when you go down Plymouth Road and do a survey of all of these little Mission Revival structures, there are a ton with little side entries leading to little one-story elements. A lot of them are under a different roof line, just like the subject property, right? So it's kind of a character-defining element of these Mission Revival homes along Plymouth Road. So staff found the relocation of that feature, while not inappropriate for a Mission Revival structure, may be inappropriate for a Mission Revival structure that has its door elsewhere. Staff has concerns about the proposed relocation of the front door. Again, a survey of the block shows that the contributing Mission Revival structures at 315, 16, 319, 332, 34, 39, 40, 43, 48, 50, and 65 Plymouth Roads all maintain these side entry porches. It is a distinctive and character-defining feature of Mission Revival homes along Plymouth Road. The street was developed as a new neighborhood between 1925 and 30, with many of these homes likely constructed as speculative development, resulting in shared characteristics, materials, and layouts. And again, those properties with the side entry doors. Staff did find the application completely in compliance with the additional criteria that deals predominantly with roof shape, massing, window sizes, et cetera. So staff, for the reasons outlined earlier, the four A, B, D, and E, staff is recommending denial of the cumulative side yard setback variance. And then, although staff is very much in support of the majority of work being proposed on the house, If the garage is not approved, it likely facilitates a little bit larger of a redesign than staff could condition. And staff is also recommending that that front door be relocated. But should the board move to approve the variance and the associated garage, we did go ahead and include conditions of approval for that. That's all of staff's report.
Excellent, thank you. Questions of the board? From the board?
Jordan, we received a letter of support.
Yes.
And that is from the Western property.
So that
correct?
was in the email yesterday? Yes, that's 375 Plymouth.
So that's not where the addition is going. I just want that fact checked.
I don't believe it's in a directly abutting neighbor. 365.
I thought it was abutting, but to the west. Okay, I'll find that out. And then I have a hypothetical question for you. For getting the variance, would you be supportive of the application with the front-loaded garage addition on this house?
I think if it were, so it's currently situated to meet code requirements, which is 10 feet behind the front facade. As we discussed the development patterns kind of in the neighborhood, that what is most compatible is kind of a detached structure pushed to the rear. If they were to do that, they would even get to be at a 5-foot setback, right? Because it's an accessory structure. But I understand not wanting that separation, right? If you want an integral car garage. So I think one way that you could do it would be to push the garage structure back further and not have a 2-story element behind it or on top of it to make it look, at least from the street, as if it were more of a standalone element.
We have so many conversations about front-loaded garages regardless of the architectural style.
Right.
Here you have where the context is telling you that it doesn't belong there.
Right. I will say that the shape, the door, the bracketed awning is all detailed very appropriately.
Yeah, there's a lot that I like about this that I'll talk about in an executive session. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And it is, the letter of support we received is for 375 Plymouth Road, which is the abutting property to the west, not east with the garage.
Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone from the public who wishes, to speak on this matter? Seeing none, would you like a rebuttal? Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to take up more time than I needed to before. What I'd like to do is just go back to my presentation. Okay, and I know Jordan did a wonderful job with this research as usual. I would just like to point out photos from the surrounding area within this district, just so that it's accurate. These are all attached front-facing garages in the Bel Air district. I'm naming more than what the staff has listed. And here's another 2 in that same district, right? It's just east of Olive. You see that far pushback garage to the one on the right. That happens to be a 0 lot line for that garage. Whenever there's a garage that's attached to a contributing home, it's always a much smaller setback on the right side. I would say our request is still within character of the community, and where garages are added, they're always a single story. In our case, a single car garage would be all that would fit, obviously. But, and then I did drive up and down West Palm Beach at large, historic districts, and I found numerous other garages attached to mission-style homes. Specifically, the one at the top left in this image received the Historic Preservation Award. And this also had a converted porch this was an original side entry, that door and this window, I believe, would have been a screen room originally to that home. And 3017 Vincent Road, again, another home with a single car garage that was always there. Then we have another one on 3714 South Olive. There's a 2-car garage adjacent to the original home. And then these are just converted porches once again. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move into executive session.
So I find this application very different than the previous application with the seeking a similar variance to allow for auto and a second floor addition on top. So I'm stating that because my view may be I may seem inconsistent. I honestly don't really mind the garage attached. I don't know if I want it pushed back much further from the house. So I'll give it the attachedness, but perhaps push it back further away, which would then be able to keep that front-loaded, side-loaded entry door. Because right now, the garage would be kind of in conflict with that. So that's kind of where I'm going with my temperature gauge, but I don't want to ruffle any feathers with our front-loaded garage stance that we critically review. And I like the fact that the second floor addition is compliant with the setback. I think that was a very wise decision from the architect and the client. That's kind of how I feel. I don't really hate it.
I think I agree with maybe a little nuance. I actually really appreciate Jordan's analysis of the neighborhood because I walk down this street very frequently, 2 or 3 times a week. And from the side-loaded front porch and the detached garage, I think are kind of critical to the nature of the street.
I agree, Caleb.
And I would see conceding one, but not both. Because I kind of get the garage issue, and I do think the architect has been sensitive on how it gets placed. I do want to push it back. I think Plymouth and Pilgrim, have really well-defined front yards that feel personal and inviting. People try really hard to hide the fact that they even park their cars there. So like pushing it, if it wasn't attached, pushing it back further and keeping the side entry, creating sort of a garden or even a gate or something that would kind of hide the fact that that's a driveway at all would probably go a long way to something that would be very successful in keeping with the neighborhood and just hide the fact that there's even a garage there. So, yeah, I think I was kind of waffling. Like I felt okay with it. Jordan made a really good case for the context. Was like, maybe we do have a detached garage, but I think we push the garage back but keep the side-loaded entry. I think it's important.
Yeah, I mean, I think that staff had an amazing presentation for this. The context and understanding why Bel Air is different from other historic neighborhoods. Like for me, the Mission Revival examples that are like on the screen right now, unless it's like on that block for Bel Air, it doesn't have context for me because it's not part of the definition of the surrounding structures like staff informed us of several months ago in terms of what we should consider for surrounding structures. And because, like Caleb said, Bel Air, it's just so unique. And I do feel like those two features, like staff said, are character defining features which make Bel Air different from other historic structures. And like, you know, the neighbors from Flamingo Park were in here earlier talking about what makes these historic neighborhoods unique. And I think we just need to make sure that we're keeping the structures, like, because we're seeing more projects from Bel Air, you know, over the years, like as the city's development continues to grow. And I just think we need to keep Bel Air unique. And so those two features that we're talking about, I do think are critical. I don't mind an attached garage if it's pushed back so that it looks like maybe it was an accessory structure and this was like how it evolved over time. Because I do think that having a mass like come forward that much, especially with a variance, I mean, I think the variance is kind of a big deal for me because there are ways to achieve this without a variance, like achieve a garage use without a variance. And 50-foot wide lots are really, really common in the historic districts. So I understand that it doesn't meet minimums, but it's a really standard lot size, right? And there are ways that these properties were developed to allow, like staff said, you know, you pass through with the vehicular on the side of it, and then you have your supporting usage beyond that for like a garage structure. So I actually agree entirely with staff's report. I'm not in favor of a variance for this because I think that it changes the overall massing of the Bel Air Historic District, which is really consistent throughout the street. I'm completely in support of this applicant being able to add the program that they're looking to do. I just want to do it in a way that keeps the character defining features of Bel Air more intact. Anyone else care to weigh in?
I totally agree with you. Excellent.
Okay, well, I think all those who wish to weigh in have, so I think we need a motion. But I guess it would be helpful for the applicant to understand if people are in favor of a variance. Like the last project, we said we could be in favor of a variance, but a lesser variance. I mean, I'm opposed to a variance on this one. And I don't know if that's...
I hear that. I think Gabe is as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds like we are opposed to the variance.
Some board members are opposed to the board members.
Some board members are opposed to the variance, but I think I just want to give the applicant a little bit more feedback. Is that kind of a majority for us that's opposed to the variance, or are we split?
I think we're split. I'm in favor of it, but I think there are things that they need to come back with. Perhaps this might be a continuance, and that way we can see it, kind of digest a little bit. I agree that this might need to be set back a little bit more, and for that reason, it might need to be massaged just a little bit, but I would be in support of a variance in this case.
Okay, so it sounds like we're split on if a variance would be okay. I think myself and our vice chair are no's for the variance, if that feedback helps you.
Are we all in agreement on the side load front door?
Yes, I think I think staff did an excellent job with demonstrating how important that is.
Also, I was kind of shocked by the amount of demolition and removal of windows and replacement with totally different windows, but I mean, staff is telling us that these were not probably original windows, so I am okay with that also, but that was one of the things that shocked me when I reviewed the case.
I think what's very interesting, and I don't know if it's either a very, very clever use of a red herring or just an excellent execution of a project, that we're not even talking about the second floor massing on a one-story building. So bravo, doctor.
We've also seen a few cases this evening that are similar, right?
Yeah.
We've seen two other cases this meeting that are similar styles with second floor.
Just so that you get my full fair temperature reading, when I say push back, I mean like pushed back. Like 20 more feet, so that your client may not even want that it's literally double where it is now. And that's the kind of where I'm amenable to the variance, but not 5 more feet. I'm talking, that whole design needs to be reoriented, redesigned, excuse me, that whole floor plan. And then I know also, Kyle, your sliders, I didn't forget to bring up the sliders. I know you want your French doors on the back elevation. But perhaps one of the nay to the variances would like to do a motion and see if that ends it there.
Yeah, can I also add one thing? The $1 million that Caleb would not be paid to do blown insulation is listed as a green building standard.
What, say again?
They're looking for a special exception using green building standards, and one of the things they're looking to do in there is use blown insulation. I just wanted to point it out.
Good, yeah. Well, wait, you mean spray, wait, when you say blown or spray foam? Is that what you mean by blown? Loose fill blown in. Yeah, loose fill blown, yeah. That's what that's.
I misread that then.
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so let's just erase that in the minutes. Fun to bring up again, though. So I think we are ready for a motion.
Okay, I move to continue case 25-87 and 87B to the month of January 27th. If you can make it, you can postpone it to February 24th.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We'll see you back. Thank you.
Any other discussions for tonight or no?
Thank you, Gabe. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
Unless he wants to talk about something before we adjourn.
Oh, 4. Oh, you're right. Shit.
Are you all set, Jordan?
I need to talk about some therapy.
Yes, thank you so much. Wonderful meeting tonight. January, I think we're probably getting 11 to 12 new items, plus the 5 or 6 that were deferred tonight, so it'll be a big meeting as well. But otherwise, great meeting.
Thank you. May we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Second by someone?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Have a good holiday and a happy new year to everyone.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.